Chapter 345. Dian Province had officially started school. This indicated that the various halls were about to accept disciples. The elders of the various palaces, from among the newly enrolled students, would select a few of the younger generation with astonishing talent to become their true disciples and guide them in their cultivation. At this moment, in the Wind Hall's human class practice field, the students all had respectful expressions as they stood in an orderly manner in the practice field, waiting for the arrival of the Wind Hall's hall master and elders. The students were divided into two groups. On the left were the older students from the previous batches, while on the right were the new students who had just entered the academy. This batch of new students doesn't seem to be much. They're all cowering. One look, and you can tell that they are country bumpkins who have never seen the world. I heard that among this batch of new students, there's a kid called Mo Qingyun who seemed to be very arrogant in the grand examination. That was during the grand examination. In the future, he will have no right to speak in the Wind Hall's human class. Of course, with senior Liu Yongsong in the Wind Hall's human class, how could Mo Qingyun be arrogant? The older students on the left glanced at the new students on the right and spoke disdainfully. Not long after, the Wind Hall's hall master and elders arrived while the students waited. At this moment, when Lin Tang and the others arrived at the practice field, several figures silently appeared around the practice field. These figures were the hall masters of the various halls. These guys, sensing the figures around the martial arts practice field, Lin Tang frowned and let out a displeased remark. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Seeing the change in Lin Tang's expression, Lin Shi frowned and asked Lin Tang. "The hall masters of the other halls have arrived around the practice field." Lin Tang smiled faintly and replied to Lin Shi. He said unhappily, "These guys really won't give up." Hearing Lin Tang's words, Lin Shi sensed the surroundings and smiled faintly. It's useless even if these guys come. Mo Qingyun has already joined the Wind Hall. They can't possibly snatch him away. That's true. After hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Tang smiled faintly and looked to the crowd. He asked Lin Shi, "Second sister, is that Mo Qingyun?" Hearing Lin Tang's question, Lin Shi also looked at the new students and searched for Mo Qingyun's figure in the crowd. However, Lin Shi's expression became a little unnatural. She couldn't find Mo Qingyun's figure. Mo Qingyun wasn't in the crowd. Didn't this mean that Mo Qingyun would be absent from the elders' disciple selection later? After realizing this, Lin Shi was instantly dumbfounded and did not know what to say. You all, hearing the words of the hall masters, the faces of Lin Tang and the others immediately darkened. At this moment, the students in the martial arts practice field were also shocked when they heard the words of the hall masters. They really did not expect that Mo Qingyun would not participate in such an important event like the elders' disciple recruitment. To the new students, this was a good opportunity to make a great leap, but Mo Qingyun actually did not come. It can only be said that Mo Qingyun was too willful. Mo Qingyun really did not come. No wonder I couldn't find him in the crowd after searching for half a day. Mo Qingyun can't have left the Wind Hall, right? If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to come to the Wind Hall? I'm starting to regret it. I want to leave the Wind Hall and go to another branch hall. All of a sudden, the new students were whispering to each other in hushed whispers. Seeing the actions of the new students below, the array hall master and the others immediately smirked and said, "Students, if you don't like the Wind Hall, you can also come to our branch hall." Bien Ling Bao, you all are too much. Seeing the actions of the array hall master and the others, Lin Tang's face instantly darkened to the extreme, and he said angrily. Looking at Lin Tang's current posture, it seemed that he was going to fight with the various hall masters. Seeing Lin Tang's expression, the expressions of the various hall masters changed. They knew that the commotion was about to end. If this continued, it would be a little too much, and it would not be easy to clean up the mess. Haha, Lin Tang, I was just joking with you. Why are you so angry? The array hall master, Bien Ling Bao, smiled embarrassedly and replied to Lin Tang. Then, the other hall masters and the others also smiled faintly and left the Wind Hall's martial arts practice field. That despicable fellow, Seeing the array hall master and the others leave, Lin Tang's expression turned for the better, and he once again complained in a bad mood. However, after the commotion caused by the various hall masters, the Wind Hall Elders' disciple recruitment could not be completed successfully. Next, the Wind Hall Elders randomly picked a few good seedlings and completed the Elders' disciple recruitment. They even skipped the apprenticeship ceremony. It could be said that the Wind Hall Elders' disciple recruitment, this time, was the easiest in the history of the Wind Hall. What made everyone feel most helpless was that Mo Qingyun still did not show up, even after the Elders' disciple recruitment. This Mo Qingyun is indeed very arrogant. He actually dares to not participate in the Elders' disciple recruitment. Seeing that Mo Qingyun still did not show up after the Elders' disciple recruitment, Lu Yongsong sneered. However, he will have to wait to be punished by the Hall Masters and the Elders. He really did not come to participate in the Elders' disciple recruitment. Could he have run into some trouble? Long Han Yin looked worried. She unconsciously bit her lip and said worriedly, "He missed the Elders' disciple recruitment. I don't know if the Hall Masters and the Elders will punish him." As the Elders' disciple recruitment ended, the students returned to the Wind Hall's human class and each found a seat to sit down. At this moment, Long Han Yin and the others returned to the Wind Hall's human class. A figure rushed into Dian Province and headed directly for the Wind Hall. This figure was Mo Qingyun, who had rushed over from the Tianyan Manor. That person seems to be Mo Qingyun. I heard that Mo Qingyun was absent from the Wind Hall Elders' disciple recruitment. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that it is true. Our Hall Master has said that after seeing Mo Qingyun, we are to immediately report to him. I have to report to the Hall Master immediately. When everyone saw Mo Qingyun arrive, they were all shocked and returned to their own branch halls. They planned to report the news of Mo Qingyun's arrival to their own Hall Masters and Elders. After a short while, Mo Qingyun arrived at the Wind Hall's human class. Mo Qingyun's arrival instantly became the center of attention. Everyone in the class was observing him. Seeing everyone's shocked gazes, Mo Qingyun was taken aback. He was a little surprised by this scene. From Mo Qingyun's point of view, he was only a little late. There was no need for everyone to be so surprised. After a short moment of shock, Mo Qingyun saw Long Han Yin in the class. Coincidentally, there was an empty seat next to her. Immediately, Mo Qingyun didn't think too much about it. He directly walked to Long Han Yin's side and sat down. Seeing Mo Qingyun straightforwardly sit down next to her, Long Han Yin's face immediately reddened. She said somewhat shyly, "Why are you only here now? I ran into some matters and was delayed for a while." Hearing Long Han Yin's words, Mo Qingyun faintly smiled and replied to her, "Brat, get up from that seat and scram to the side." At this moment, when Mo Qingyun and Long Han Yin were talking, Lu Yongsong immediately revealed a jealous expression and angrily said to Mo Qingyun. He and Long Han Yin had been classmates for 3 years and didn't even dare to sit next to Long Han Yin. However, this brat sat next to her the moment he arrived. He really wasn't polite at all. He definitely couldn't tolerate such a thing. From Lu Yongsong's point of view, this brat's actions were even more arrogant than Mo Qingyun's. Chapter 346. Apart from you, do you think it would be anyone else? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Yongsong raised his head and stared at Mo Qingyun with an arrogant expression. "This seat is yours." Mo Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Lu Yongsong and asked in return, "Although it's not mine, you can't sit here either." Lu Yongsong's expression was rude and unreasonable as he pointed at Mo Qingyun and then at the seat. However, Mo Qingyun chose to ignore his rudeness and said disdainfully, "If it's not your seat, what nonsense are you spouting here for? Scram to the side." Oh, the new students in this year's grand examination are all pretty awesome. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Yongsong immediately sneered and swept his cold gaze over Mo Qingyun, saying, "To think that just after Mo Qingyun, who dared to not participate in the selection of an elder's disciple, a brat like you would appear." At this moment, When Liu Yongsong's words left his mouth, those who recognized Mo Qingyun immediately looked at Liu Yongsong with ridicule. This idiot Liu Yongsong was actually standing in front of Mo Qingyun and talking about Mo Qingyun. Senior Liu Yongsong, this brat is Mo Qingyun. Just as the crowd was mocking Liu Yongsong, a youth behind Liu Yongsong reminded him in a low voice. What? This brat is Mo Qingyun. Hearing the reminder from the person behind him, Liu Yongsong instantly revealed a shocked expression as he looked at Mo Qingyun with astonishment. At this moment, he finally understood why the brat in front of him was so arrogant. It turned out that he was Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun had even dared to not participate in the selection of an elder's disciple. It was normal for him to not care about him now. After a brief moment of shock, Liu Yongsong's expression became colder, and he looked arrogantly at Mo Qingyun, saying, Mo Qingyun, I don't care how you perform in the grand examination, but in the future, you better behave yourself in the Wind Hall's human class and immediately scram from this seat. Seeing Liu Yongsong's attitude, Mo Qingyun ignored him and returned to his seat. You're looking to die. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Liu Yongsong's expression immediately became furious, and he said to Mo Qingyun with a savage expression, Mo Qingyun, if you have the guts, follow me to the practice field. Now, after Liu Yongsong finished speaking, he prepared to walk out of the class. Everyone, quickly return to your seats from the hall head and the elders. At this moment, as Liu Yongsong, a student who was responsible for keeping watch, spoke a few words from the crowd from the hall from the heavens from the end. Hearing this student's words, everyone in the class immediately panicked and returned to their seats. Mo Qingyun, you're finished. Returning to his seat, Liu Yongsong smiled coldly and gloatingly said, the hall head and the elders must have come to punish you for not participating in the elders' disciple selection. Hearing Liu Yongsong's words, the expressions of everyone in the class changed, feeling that Liu Yongsong's words made sense. Soon after, everyone looked at Mo Qingyun with sympathetic expressions. At this moment, as everyone looked at Mo Qingyun with sympathetic gazes, Lin Tang and the others entered the classroom. Seeing Lin Tang and the others arrive, the smug smile on Liu Yongsong's face immediately became even more pronounced. At this moment, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Mo Qingyun being reprimanded. Second sister, is that Mo Qingyun? After Lin Tang walked into class, he asked Lin Shi beside him. The young man next to Han Yin is Mo Qingyun. Seeing Mo Qingyun sitting next to Long Han Yin, Lin Shi was shocked and replied to Lin Tang. She knew very well that the seat next to Long Han Yin had been empty for 3 years. She never would have thought that Long Han Yin would allow Mo Qingyun to sit next to her. This scene was too abnormal. Could it be that between Mo Qingyun and Long Han Yin? At this moment, Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat, and such a thought unconsciously appeared in her mind. Now, it seemed that things were getting messier and messier. It had exceeded her expectations and was developing in the direction she was worried about. After knowing that it was Mo Qingyun, Lin Tang's interest was piqued, and he slowly approached Mo Qingyun. Student Mo Qingyun greets the hall master and elders. Seeing Lin Tang and the others walk over, Mo Qingyun's expression was indifferent, and he bowed in a calm tone. Yes. Seeing Mo Qingyun's performance, Lin Tang's face was full of admiration, and he kept nodding. Mo Qingyun's calmness at this moment was indeed much stronger than the other students. Qingyun, looking at Mo Qingyun with admiration, Lin Tang's expression became a little awkward. He paused and said, you didn't participate in the elders' disciple recruitment. Did you encounter some trouble? Are you in some kind of trouble? Hearing Lin Tang's words, everyone in the class was instantly dumbfounded and could not believe their ears. At this moment, the smug smile on Liu Yongsong's face froze on the spot. He could not believe his eyes. At this moment, he really wanted to ask in his heart, what happened to the scolding? What happened to the punishment? At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, Lin Tang revealed a kind smile and said to Mo Qingyun, if you encounter any trouble, feel free to tell me and the elders. We will do our best to help you. Don't let this affect your studies. Clang. Just as Lin Tang finished speaking, a student lost his grip on the long sword in his hand, and it fell to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Following which, the weapons in the hands of the other students also fell to the ground one after another, creating a series of crisp sounds. They would never have thought that the punishment in their hearts would turn out like this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, familiar figures quickly rushed over. These figures were the Array Hall Master and the others from before. The Array Hall Master and the others walked over to Mo Qingyun with a faint smile and said, "Little Qingyun, did Lin Tang scold you? If you're unhappy with his actions, you can leave the Wind Hall and follow me to the Array Hall. I promise that I won't treat you like he did. That's right. Come to our branch hall, and we will nurture you carefully." The other hall masters were not to be outdone and also tried to recruit Mo Qingyun. "Qingyun, thank you all for your favor." Mo Qingyun had a grateful look on his face when he saw the actions of the hall masters. He replied to them, "Hall Master Lin, he didn't scold me. Did you hear that?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lin Tang revealed a smug smile and threw a provocative look at the Array Hall Master and the others. Seeing Lin Tang's expression, the Array Hall Master and the others immediately showed their displeasure and unwillingness. They said, "Little Qingyun, you don't have to worry about anything. We have so many hall masters supporting you. Tell us, are you unhappy with the Wind Hall for not participating in the elders' disciple recruitment?" Hearing Bianling Bao's words, Mo Qingyun's expression froze and he revealed a bitter smile. "I didn't participate in the elders' disciple recruitment, not because I was unhappy with the Wind Hall, but because my breakthrough to the Yuan Dan stage was delayed. Your cultivation has broken through to the Yuan Dan stage." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the expressions of Lin Tang and the others immediately changed, and they looked at Mo Qingyun in surprise. Immediately, they no longer hesitated and began to sense Mo Qingyun's cultivation. After sensing for a while, they discovered that Mo Qingyun's cultivation had really reached the Yuan Dan stage. After this discovery, the smile on Lin Tang's face widened and his mood improved greatly. So Mo Qingyun had missed the elders' disciple recruitment because of his breakthrough. This cannot be blamed on Mo Qingyun. Haha, you have done well this time. You should focus on breaking through your cultivation. Thinking of this, Lin Tang revealed a joyful smile and said to Mo Qingyun with concern, "Good disciple, are you used to the Wind Hall? If you have any habits, you can tell me." "Good disciple? Is he used to it?" When Lin Tang said this, everyone in the class was immediately stunned. Lin Tang's attitude had changed too much. In the blink of an eye, Mo Qingyun had become his disciple. At this moment, not only were the students in the class stunned, even the Wind Hall elders and the hall masters were stunned. With Lin Tang's personality, to actually say such words, it was really as if the sun had risen from the west. "Okay." Mo Qingyun smiled helplessly and nodded in response to Lin Tang's words. Seeing this scene, Bianling Bao and the others revealed disappointed expressions. They knew that they would not be able to pull Mo Qingyun away. "Little Qingyun, since it's like this, I will leave first. The doors of my Array Hall will always be open for you. Our Fire Hall is the same. Not only you, but even your little girlfriend, Long Hanyin, is also welcome. Same for us." After Bianling Bao and the others said this to Mo Qingyun, they left one after another. Seeing Bianling Bao and the others' deflated expressions, Lin Tang instantly felt great. The more he looked at Mo Qingyun, the more he liked him. As soon as Mo Qingyun, this brat, appeared, he came back with a counterattack, leaving Bianling Bao and the others completely helpless. Then, Lin Tang no longer hesitated and said to Lin Shi beside him, "Second sister, immediately pass on the message. In 3 days, I will accept Mo Qingyun as my disciple in front of all the teachers and students of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Big brother, you have not accepted a disciple for more than 100 years. Are you really going to accept Mo Qingyun as your disciple?" Hearing Lin Tang's words, Lin Shi was immediately shocked. She could not believe Lin Tang's decision. She originally thought that Lin Tang's words were just to anger Bien Ling Bao and the others. She did not expect Lin Tang to really do so. Of course it's true. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Tang replied with a serious face. He turned to look at Mo Qingyun and asked, "Little Qingyun, you won't be unwilling, right? You won't be unwilling, right?" Hearing Lin Tang's words, the students in the class immediately looked at Mo Qingyun with admiration. The hall master wanted to accept Mo Qingyun as his disciple, but he was actually worried about whether Mo Qingyun was willing or not. This was really too awesome. Disciple Mo Qingyun greets master. Hearing Lin Tang's words, Mo Qingyun showed a respectful expression and bowed to Lin Tang. Haha, good. Chapter 347. Next, Lin Tang spoke a few more words to Mo Qingyun before leaving with the other elders. Not long after Lin Tang and the others left, a middle-aged man at the 4th level of the Pill Palace walked into the classroom. He was a technique imparting teacher of the Wind Hall. He was in charge of imparting cultivation methods to the students, as well as sharing his comprehension of the Wind Profound. Although this technique imparting teacher's cultivation wasn't high, his explanation of the Wind Profound was very profound and went straight to the essence. After listening to the technique imparting teacher's explanation, Mo Qingyun's comprehension of the Wind Profound immediately rose to a new level. Next, Mo Qingyun was fully focused as he listened to the technique imparting teacher's explanation. Just like this, Mo Qingyun unknowingly entered a mysterious state. Once he entered this wondrous state, Mo Qingyun's comprehension of wind profundity immediately became even more thorough. Following this, a storm unknowingly appeared around Mo Qingyun's body. Seeing Mo Qingyun's current performance, the expressions of everyone in the class changed greatly. Their faces were filled with astonishment. From Mo Qingyun's current performance, he seemed to have entered a mysterious state that caused his comprehension to increase greatly. This little guy's comprehension is very strong. After revealing a trace of astonishment, the technique imparting teacher looked at Mo Qingyun with admiration and didn't continue his lesson. He didn't want his lesson to affect Mo Qingyun's cultivation. After all, this kind of opportunity was extremely rare. Everyone would only encounter it a few times in their lifetime. Following this, everyone silently waited for Mo Qingyun to cultivate. After 15 minutes, the storm around Mo Qingyun's body increased by a few notches. After this discovery, everyone's expression changed. They revealed expressions of shock, envy, and jealousy. Mo Qingyun's Wind Profound had entered the 3rd level. 3rd level of the Wind Profound. Seeing Mo Qingyun's ultimacy breakthrough, Liu Yangsong's face instantly darkened. He thought to himself, I can't let this kid continue. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress him in the future. After thinking about this, Liu Yangsong revealed a sinister smile. He raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Mo Qingyun. He said coldly, Mo Qingyun, the technique imparting teacher, is giving everyone pointers on their cultivation. You actually dare to interfere with the technique imparting teacher's pointers. Quickly kneel down and admit your mistake. At this moment, Liu Yangsong's attack was extremely ruthless. He did not hold back at all as he unleashed the aura of a peak 3rd level Yuan dance stage martial artist. Stop! Liu Yangsong, stop! Seeing Liu Yangsong's action, the expression of the teacher and Long Hanyin changed, and they raised their hands to stop Liu Yangsong. Bang! Then, Liu Yangsong's attack was neutralized by the two of them, and he was forced to retreat. However, Mo Qingyun was still awakened from his wonderful state because of the commotion caused by Liu Yangsong. Not only that, but Mo Qingyun's qi and blood were in turmoil due to the forceful interruption of his cultivation. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Serves you right. Seeing that Mo Qingyun's cultivation was interrupted and his mind was injured, Liu Yangsong immediately revealed a complacent sneer. Liu Yangsong, you've gone too far. Seeing the trace of blood at the corner of Mo Qingyun's mouth, Long Hanyin was furious. She rebuked him angrily and asked Mo Qingyun, "Qingyun, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your help just now." Hearing Long Hanyun's words, Mo Qingyun replied with a faint smile. Then he cupped his hands and thanked the teacher. "Thank you for your help just now, teacher." At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was thanking the teacher, he coldly glanced at Lu Yongsong with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. If Lu Yongsong hadn't interrupted him just now, his understanding of the wind ultimacy would definitely have improved by a few levels. "No need to be so courteous." Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, the teacher nodded in response and said regretfully, "If you had continued to comprehend, your understanding of the wind ultimacy would have improved by a few levels when you came out of that state. What a pity." Hearing the teacher's words, the other students in the class also revealed looks of pity. Compared to the other students' pity, Lu Yongsong revealed a complacent expression and seemed to be overjoyed in his heart. In his opinion, his actions just now had been too wise and had almost destroyed Mo Qingyun's past. Seeing that Mo Qingyun had stopped cultivating, the teacher continued to teach and point out the direction of everyone's cultivation in the future. Just like this, several hours later, the teacher stopped teaching and walked out of the classroom. The teacher's departure indicated that today's lesson had ended. Seeing that the lesson had ended, everyone no longer stayed in the classroom and walked out of the classroom one after another. Mo Qingyun, how does it feel to have your cultivation forcibly interrupted? At this moment, Lu Yongsong revealed a complacent expression and looked coldly at Mo Qingyun. "I'll go to the Win Hall's martial arts practice field and wait for you. If you want to take revenge, come find me at the martial arts practice field. Qingyun, you're injured right now. Don't go fight with Lu Yongsong." Hearing Lu Yongsong's words, Long Hanyun frowned and reminded Mo Qingyun, "Don't worry, it's just a little bug. Once we get rid of him, we can have some peace in the future." Hearing Long Hanyun's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and comforted her, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Soon after, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyun headed towards the Win Hall's martial arts practice field. A moment later, Mo Qingyun and Lung Chong arrived at the Win Hall's martial arts practice field. At this moment, many people had already arrived at the martial arts practice field. When they saw Mo Qingyun and Lung Chong arrive, they revealed sinister smiles. What surprised Mo Qingyun was that Lung Chong was actually among these people, and it seemed that his position wasn't low. "Mo Qingyun, are you surprised that I'm here?" Seeing the surprise on Mo Qingyun's face, Lung Chong smiled sinisterly and said, "Let me tell you, you've offended me. Your good days have just begun. Mo Qingyun, you probably don't know, but young Master Lung Chong's cousin is the Hall Master of the Jade Peak Hall, one of the 3 major gangs in Dine Province." At this moment, when Lung Chong finished speaking, Lu Yongsong revealed a sinister smile and added, "You offended young Master Lung Chong in the grand examination. Now, in Dine Province, just wait for the Jade Peak Hall's revenge." Jade Peak Hall? Hearing Lu Yongsong's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a puzzled expression and turned to look at Long Hanyun. In Dine Province, there are 3 powerful gangs established by students. They are the Jade Peak Hall, the Blood Prison Cliff, and the Righteous Alliance. Seeing Mo Qingyun's puzzled expression, Long Hanyun explained, "The Jade Peak Hall was established by the Lung family's Lung Yufeng. The Blood Prison Cliff was established by the Blood Refining Hall's Remnant Blood, and as for the Righteous Alliance, it was established by our Long family's cousin Long Yanqing. So that's how it is." Hearing Long Hanyun's explanation, Mo Qingyun had a better understanding of these 3 powers. Immediately, Mo Qingyun revealed a look of disdain and looked at Lu Yongsong mockingly. "So you're saying that you're a lackey of the Jade Peak Hall?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Yongsong's expression instantly darkened. Looking at Mo Qingyun, he angrily said, "Mo Qingyun, don't flaunt your sharp tongue. If you're only good at talking, then I advise you to obediently kneel down and kowtow to young Master Lung Chong and beg for mercy." Lu Yongsong, don't be careless. Mo Qingyun's strength is not weak. Seeing Lu Yongsong looking down on Mo Qingyun, Lung Chong's expression darkened, and he reminded Lu Yongsong. Young Master Lung Chong, you don't have to worry. This brat is only strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Hearing Lung Chong's words, Lu Yongsong revealed a proud smile and replied, just now in class, this brat entered a mysterious state of cultivation and was forcefully interrupted by me. Because of this, he suffered heavy injuries. Right now, he's only a paper tiger. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing Lu Yongsong's words, the smile on Lung Chong's face deepened. Paper tiger. Hearing Lu Yongsong's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a cold sneer and looked at Lu Yongsong with a cold gaze. Soon after, Mo Qingyun did not waste time talking nonsense with Lu Yongsong and directly blasted a powerful palm at Lu Yongsong. When Mo Qingyun blasted out his palm, a terrifying heat wave instantly exploded around his body. When this heat wave appeared, Mo Qingyun was like a flaming god of war. Flames erupted from his body. At the same time, Mo Qingyun also blasted out his palm, exploding with a terrifying fire esoteric yuan force. Once this esoteric yuan force was blasted out, it turned into a terrifying blade light and attacked Lu Yongsong with extreme speed. Pretentious. Seeing Mo Qingyun attack him, Lu Yongsong curled his lips in disdain. He did not take this attack of Mo Qingyun's to heart. However, Lu Yongsong did not hesitate and immediately counterattacked. When Lu Yongsong attacked, he completed the soul change in an instant and turned into a giant toad that was about 3 meters tall. Wild Toad swallows the sky. After completing the soul change, Lu Yongsong unleashed his martial soul super ability and immediately opened his toad mouth. Lu Yongsong opened his mouth and a purple tongue shot out. It emitted a dense purple gas and swept towards Mo Qingyun. As Lu Yongsong waved his tongue, some of the dust that came into contact with the tongue instantly turned purplish-black and black smoke billowed out. Then, the blade light and Lu Yongsong's tongue collided with each other forcefully. Puff! With just one collision, a purple rain of blood instantly erupted. Then, half of the tongue fell from mid-air to the ground. Lu Yongsong's tongue was chopped off by Mo Qingyun just like that. It was almost defenseless. Ah, my tongue. Seeing that his tongue was chopped off, Lu Yongsong immediately screamed, and his expression changed greatly. At the same time, Lu Yongsong also returned to his human form. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Seeing Lu Yongsong's miserable state, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate. He moved his body and punched Lu Yongsong again. This punch of Mo Qingyun's was even fiercer and more domineering than the palm strike from before. Golden Toad soaring to the sky. Seeing Mo Qingyun's punch coming down, Lu Yongsong did not dare to hesitate. He immediately lay on the ground and jumped up to meet Mo Qingyun's attack. Bang! However, Lu Yongsong came and went quickly. Facing Mo Qingyun's punch, he was instantly sent flying. He spat out blood and was seriously injured. Now, do you still think I'm a paper tiger? Chapter 348. You? What do you want? Seeing Mo Qingyun approaching with a gloomy expression, Lu Yongsong's expression immediately twitched as he looked at Mo Qingyun in horror. What do I want? Hearing Lu Yongsong's words, Mo Qingyun's lips curled into a sneer as he replied, didn't you say that I should come to the training field if I wanted to take revenge? Mo Qingyun, this is Dian Province. Don't act recklessly. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Yongsong's body trembled as his expression became even more panicked. After uttering those words of horror, Lu Yongsong looked at Lung Chong and the others and pleaded for help. Young Master Lung Chong, quickly save me. Mo Qingyun, you've gone too far. Hearing Lu Yongsong's words, Lung Chong stood up with a gloomy expression and said coldly, Lu Yongsong is a member of my Jade Peak Hall. Do you want to become enemies with my Jade Peak Hall by attacking him? The Lu family that Lu Yongsong belonged to was a vassal force of the Lung family. Moreover, it was a first-class family. Therefore, he couldn't just watch as Mo Qingyun attacked Lu Yongsong without restraint. Is the Jade Peak Hall very powerful? So what if we become enemies? Hearing Lung Chong's words, Qingyun replied with disdain and said disdainfully, "Don't tell me that the Jade Peak Hall will let me go if I don't attack Lu Yongsong." Hearing Qingyun's words, Lung Chong and the others were immediately stunned. They couldn't refute Qingyun's words. The relationship between him and Qingyun was already like fire and water. Even if Lu Yongsong's matter didn't happen, he still wouldn't let Qingyun off. Seeing that Lung Chong and the others didn't speak, Qingyun ignored them and once again approached Lu Yongsong. Qingyun, you're too arrogant." Seeing Qingyun directly ignoring them, Lung Chong's expression instantly turned gloomy. With a flash of his body, he rushed towards Qingyun as he coldly said, "Previously, I had just broken through and hadn't had the time to stabilize my cultivation base, allowing you to win by a fluke. Today, I will avenge that humiliation." Poisonous Shadow God Fiend Palm. As soon as Lung Chong finished speaking, his body leaped into the air and smashed his palm towards Qingyun's head. Suddenly, a huge shadow of the gods and devils appeared around Lung Chong's body, emitting a savage aura. At this moment, the shadow of the gods and devils gave people the feeling that he was a real god and devil who had come from the primeval times. From the looks of it, Lung Chong's mastery of the heaven-destroying fiend god's palm was even deeper than during the grand examination. As soon as the shadow of the gods and devils appeared, he smashed his palm towards Qingyun. As soon as he smashed his palm out, the sky instantly changed color. As the palm slowly descended, a terrifying gust of wind immediately appeared at the place the palm was covering. Under the pressure of this gust of wind, the ground around Qingyun instantly caved in, forming a huge crater. Qingyun, I've already cultivated the heaven-destroying fiend god's palm to the greater mastery level. Prepare to die. After smashing his palm out, Lung Chong's face revealed a sinister smile as he spoke proudly. Scram! At this moment, just as Lung Chong was feeling proud, Qingyun looked at him with disdain and raised his hand to smash his palm towards Lung Chong. An imposing blade of light exploded from Qingyun's palm and blasted towards the shadow of the gods and devils. As soon as this blade of light was blasted out, it instantly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a gigantic blade of light that was dozens of meters long. As the blade of light grew in size, the originally darkened sky was instantly dyed crimson. At this moment, under the might of Qingyun's blade, the entire practice field was like a sea of flames, with waves of heat surging. Pucci! As soon as the fiend god's palm was hit by the blade of light, it instantly collapsed and was destroyed by the blade of light. Bang, bang, bang. Following the collapse of the palm, the shadow of the gods and devils also collapsed rapidly under the attack of the blade of light. As soon as the shadow of the gods and devils was destroyed, Lung Chong, who had lost his protection, was immediately hit by the blade of light and was sent flying. Pucci! After Lung Chong fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Qingyun in disbelief. One move, just one move, and he had been defeated so easily. Didn't this mean that the gap between him and Qingyun had widened again? This was something that Lung Chong had never dreamt of. He had thought that his cultivation had stabilized and his understanding of his family's martial arts secret manual, the heaven-destroying fiend god's palm, had reached a new level. Now that he had met Qingyun, he should be able to get his revenge. But who would have thought that Qingyun's improvement in this period of time was even greater and more terrifying than his? He was completely incomparable to Qingyun's. Boy, you're courting death. Seeing Qingyun send Lung Chong flying, several students in the middle level of Yuan Dance State took out their weapons and attacked Qingyun. Dominating Flood Dragon Cloud Chop, Shocking Sea Soaring Staff, Heaven-Breaking Wave Saber. In an instant, all kinds of blade of light and staff shadows whizzed toward Qingyun's head. Burning Sun Mountain, splitting saber. Seeing that the crowd was attacking him with their weapons, Mo Qingyun's face darkened. He took out his scorching halberd and swept it toward the crowd. Roar! With a sweep of Mo Qingyun's scorching halberd, flames burst out from the scorching halberd and turned into the shadow of a fire dragon, sweeping its tail toward the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. As the dragon tail swayed, the ground immediately shook as if it could not withstand the pressure of the dragon tail. Cracks appeared on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Then, under the sweep of the dragon tail, the crowd was sent flying. They were severely injured and fell to the ground. So powerful. Mo Qingyun's strength seems to be able to enter the heaven and earth ranking list. Seeing Mo Qingyun's attack, Long Hanyan was shocked. She was shocked by Mo Qingyun's strength. Judging from Mo Qingyun's current strength, even some of the Earth class students might not be his match. After sending the crowd flying with one move, Mo Qingyun walked toward Lu Yongsong with a cold expression. His body was filled with killing intent. Lu Yongsong interrupted his comprehension of the wind ultimacy and almost hurt his foundation. He could not be forgiven. Seeing Mo Qingyun walk closer, Lu Yongsong was so scared that his legs went soft and what a large patch on the ground. Upon seeing this, Lung Chong's expression suddenly turned cold. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, Mo Qingyun, this is the great Yin martial house. Don't tell me you dare to kill Lu Yongsong here? Hearing Lung Chong's words, Lu Yongsong's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Mo Qingyun with fear in his eyes. Qingyun, killing each other is not allowed in Dime Province. Hearing Lung Chong's words, Long Hanyan's expression immediately changed. She reminded Mo Qingyun as she was worried that Mo Qingyun would do something extreme. Don't worry, I won't kill Lu Yongsong. After replying to Long Hanyan, Mo Qingyun looked at Lung Chong mockingly and replied, Lung Chong, I know what you're thinking. You're trying to provoke me into killing Lu Yongsong. Then, you'll make the Lu family and I become enemies, right? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lu Yongsong's pupils immediately shrank. He looked at Lung Chong with resentment and said, Young Master Lung Chong, he never thought that Lung Chong would be so ruthless. For Mo Qingyun, he would fight with the Lu family until both sides suffered great losses. He even planned to force Mo Qingyun to kill him. Seeing that his intentions were exposed, Lung Chong avoided Lu Yongsong's gaze and said, Lu Yongsong, you don't have to listen to him trying to sow discord. At this moment, while Lung Chong and Lu Yongsong were talking, Mo Qingyun's expression darkened. He said coldly, although I can't kill Lu Yongsong, I can cripple him. As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he threw a punch at Lu Yongsong's dantian. Mo Qingyun, don't. Seeing that Mo Qingyun was attacking him, Lu Yongsong's face was filled with fear as he begged loudly. Bang! Mo Qingyun chose to ignore his words and decisively punched at his dantian. A terrifying flame energy instantly exploded from Mo Qingyun's fist and blasted into his body, destroying his dantian and burning his meridians. With his dantian sealed and his meridians destroyed, Lu Yongsong's aura immediately weakened rapidly. In just a short while, Lu Yongsong became a cripple. He collapsed on the ground, half dead. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyun coldly glanced at Lung Chong and turned to Long Hanyan. He said, Hanyan, let's go. Although Mo Qingyun wanted to kill him, now wasn't the time. He still didn't have the means to deal with the Heaven Star Border Stage 2 and Stage 3 experts of the Lung family. Okay. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyan nodded and followed Mo Qingyun out of the training ground. Mo Qingyun, Lu Yongsong's elder brother, Lu Yanjun, is ranked 19th on the Earth ranking. Just wait for his revenge. When Mo Qingyun was about to leave the practice field, Lung Chong, who was inside the practice field, said proudly to him, Earth ranking. Hearing Lung Chong's words, Mo Qingyun looked at Long Hanyan with a puzzled expression, hoping that Long Hanyan could clear up his confusion. Seeing Mo Qingyun's puzzled expression, Long Hanyan frowned and explained to Mo Qingyun. In the Hidden Dragon Institute, there are two rankings that measure a student's strength. They are the Newcomer King ranking and the Earth ranking. The Newcomer King ranking is for the Earth ranking. The Heaven ranking and Earth ranking of the Earth ranking are for the Earth ranking and Heaven ranking. Long Han Yin explained to Mo Qingyun. She paused for a moment before continuing. These two rankings are very valuable. Those who can enter the top 100 are all very strong. Liu Yangsong's elder brother is in the top 19. He should have the strength to fight against a high-level Yuan Dan. Fight against a high-level Yuan Dan. After hearing Long Hanyun's explanation, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He now had some information about Liu Yanjun's strength. After having a certain understanding of Liu Yanjun's strength, Mo Qingyun did not think too much about it. Since this enmity had already been formed, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He might as well deal with whatever came his way. After putting aside the matter of Liu Yanjun, Mo Qingyun revealed a trace of hesitation. He was considering whether or not to ask Long Han Yin about Long Ruolin. Chapter 349. Long Ruolin. Long Hanyun's expression shook, and her gaze towards Mo Qingyun was instantly filled with astonishment. She truly didn't expect that the person Mo Qingyun wanted to inquire about would actually be Long Ruolin. This name had practically become a taboo existence in their Long family. After a short moment of silence, Long Hanyun's expression became a bit colder. She looked at Mo Qingyun and coldly said, "Who exactly are you? Who sent you to inquire about Aunt Ruolin?" Seeing the change in Long Hanyun's attitude and the hostility she exuded, Mo Qingyun immediately shook his head and smiled wryly. However, when Mo Qingyun shook his head and smiled wryly, he could tell that Long Han Yin and Long Ruolin's relationship should be quite good. Long Hanyun's reaction at this moment should be to protect Long Ruolin, which was why she was hostile towards him. Immediately after, Mo Qingyun's expression became a bit more serious, and his tone was solemn as he said, "With your intelligence, you should be able to guess my relationship with her from our names." "Your name?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyun's expression first froze, and she revealed some confusion. Then, she frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "Mo Qingyun, Mo Qingyun." After silently reciting Mo Qingyun's name, Long Hanyun's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled, as if she suddenly understood something. She had an extremely good relationship with Long Ruolin, and she had long heard about Long Ruolin's matters from Long Ruolin. When Long Ruolin was running away from her engagement with Lung Tianya, she had once fallen in love with a young man from a small family in a subordinate kingdom in the 100-country battlefield. In the end, Long Ruolin even gave birth to a son for that young man. That young man who fell in love with Long Ruolin had the same surname as Mo Qingyun. After thinking of this, Long Han Yin quickly guessed Mo Qingyun's identity in her heart. "Could it be that you are?" Long Hanyun's face was filled with shock, and her heartbeat immediately sped up. She was extremely shocked by Mo Qingyun's identity. Mo Qingyun was actually Long Ruolin's son. This news was simply too unexpected and too shocking for her. Yes, seeing that Long Han Yin had guessed his identity, Mo Qingyun didn't hide it and directly nodded his head and admitted it. He said in a deep voice, "About my identity, please keep it a secret for me." "Yes." Long Han Yin nodded. Her expression was grave as she scanned the surroundings. She then whispered to Mo Qingyun, "Back then, Aunt Ruolin's matter had caused a huge commotion. Although it has already calmed down, the elders of the clan are still brooding over it. You must not expose your identity. Otherwise, you will have a lot of trouble. For the time being, I won't reveal my identity." Mo Qingyun nodded his head, and his expression became more serious. He then asked, "How's my mother doing in the Long family now?" "Aunt Ruolin. She's been staying in the Dragon Repentance Valley. I haven't seen her for almost a year." Long Han Yin revealed a trace of sadness, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She replied to Mo Qingyun, "The last time I went to see her, she looked a little haggard. But you don't have to worry. No one in the Long family can hurt her." Hearing Long Hanyun's words, Mo Qingyun's expression relaxed a little. He revealed a look of anticipation and asked, "Can you take me to see her? I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Even if I want to see her, I have to ask the family's elders." Long Hanyin shook her head and revealed a helpless expression, indicating that she couldn't help Mo Qingyun. Long Hanyin paused for a moment before continuing. "If you have any words that you want me to convey, I can help you convey them. Not at the moment." Mo Qingyun waved his hand and rejected Long Hanyin's suggestion. He said in a low voice, "I don't want her to know that I'm already in Flame City. If I need you to convey a message, I'll let you know when the time comes." "Okay." Long Hanyin nodded, then revealed a radiant smile. She narrowed her eyes at Mo Qingyun and smiled faintly. "Can you tell me about your experiences over the years?" "Sure." Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Mo Qingyun nodded in response. He then began to tell Long Hanyin about his experiences. "I was born in a small town in the Xia country called Beima Town. There are 3 big families in the town." Just like that, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin walked while telling Long Hanyin about his experiences. "You were betrothed before you were born again." Long Hanyin's eyes lit up when she heard about Mo Qingyun and He Lingyu. She revealed a curious expression. "Quick, tell me, what happened to you guys after that?" Just like that, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin's relationship unknowingly became much closer. Perhaps because they were much closer, Long Hanyin was also much more lively. Along the way, she even shared some of her own experiences. About an hour later, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin arrived near the Long residence. Seeing the Long residence, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin were somewhat disappointed. Their expressions revealed their reluctance to part. "I'm going back to my family. You can go back. We'll meet at the college tomorrow." Long Hanyin looked at Mo Qingyun reluctantly, then smiled sweetly at Mo Qingyun and quickly ran into the Long residence. This little girl, seeing Long Hanyin's actions, Mo Qingyun shook his head and smiled. He did not stay any longer and returned to the Tianyin residence. 15 minutes later, Mo Qingyun returned to the Tianyin residence. After returning to the Tianyin residence, Mo Qingyun went to the side residence. However, Long Yutian and the others were not in the side residence. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun returned to the main residence. However, to Mo Qingyun's surprise, Wang Zishu was also not in the Tianyin residence. It seems like everyone has become busy after entering the Great Yin Martial House. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and did not pay much attention to it. Then, Mo Qingyun did not think too much about it. He prepared to return to his room and begin cultivating. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun was returning to his room, Savage Beast walked over to him and said, "Young lord, I have a request to discuss with you." "What is it? Speak." Hearing Savage Beast's words, Mo Qingyun was surprised. He looked at Savage Beast curiously. "I plan to go out and train. I'll also look for some cultivation resources to recover my cultivation faster." Hearing Mo Qingyun's question, Savage Beast told him his thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If the progress is fast, I'll return within a year. If it's slow, I'll return within 3 years." "I see." Knowing Savage Beast's thoughts, Mo Qingyun asked, "When do you plan to leave?" "I'll wait for the young lord to return and ask for instructions from the young lord. Since the young lord has agreed, I'll leave the Tianyin residence immediately," Savage Beast replied. Hearing Savage Beast reply, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly as he pondered. After pondering for a short while, Mo Qingyun's expression turned serious. He said to Savage Beast, "Wait a few days before you leave. It won't be too late for you to leave the Tianyin residence after I've opened my Origin Force Soul Palace and let you become my Star General." The reason why Mo Qingyun agreed to Savage Beast's departure was because he considered that with Savage Beast's current cultivation at the 5th level of the Pill Palace realm, he wouldn't be of much use in the Tianyin residence. Rather than that, it would be better for him to go out and train so that he could quickly recover his cultivation to the Heaven Star border realm. With Savage Beast's cultivation in his previous life, he would definitely recover his strength very quickly. Perhaps when Savage Beast returned from his training, he would be able to give him a surprise. Yes, I'll listen to the young lord's arrangements. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Savage Beast immediately nodded and agreed. He would listen to Mo Qingyun's arrangements. After instructing Mo Qingyun returned to his residence and began to open his soul palace. With the experience of opening a soul palace previously, Mo Qingyun's operation was undoubtedly much smoother this time. After a few hours, another soul palace was opened in Mo Qingyun's soul star. The shape of this soul palace was similar to He Xian's hall. However, its space was much larger than the soul palace in the 9 temples. Seeing that the soul palace was successfully opened, Mo Qingyun used his soul power to send a voice transmission to Savage Beast. After receiving Mo Qingyun's soul transmission, it didn't take long for the Savage Beast to arrive at Mo Qingyun's residence. Seeing Savage Beast's arrival, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate. He immediately established a connection between Savage Beast and the Soul Palace and refined him into his Star General. After doing all this, Mo Qingyun let Savage Beast leave the Tianyan Manor to train and raise his cultivation. By the time Savage Beast left, the night had already passed. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun decided to continue cultivating. He got up and walked out of his room. He left the Tianyan Manor and headed for Dime Province. An hour later, Mo Qingyun arrived at the Wind Hall. Seeing Mo Qingyun's arrival, everyone in the class looked at Mo Qingyun with a strong sense of respect. Seeing everyone's expression, Mo Qingyun knew in his heart that the news of him crippling Liu Yongsong had already spread in the academy. After a simple glance at everyone, Mo Qingyun ignored them and walked to Long Hanyun's side and sat down. Seeing Mo Qingyun sitting beside her naturally, Long Hanyun blushed slightly. Then she smiled at Mo Qingyun. While the two were chatting, a technique imparting teacher walked into the class and began to share his cultivation experience with everyone, dispelling everyone's doubts. Just like this, Mo Qingyun spent the day listening to the lesson. However, after listening to the technique imparting teacher's explanation, Mo Qingyun's understanding of the profound meaning of wind deepened. Let's go back. Seeing the technique imparting teacher leave, Long Hanyun smiled at Mo Qingyun and walked out of the class. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun also smiled faintly and walked out of the class with Long Hanyun. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyun walked out of the class, a group of youths walked towards them with smiles on their faces. Mo Qingyun was no stranger to the leader of this group. It was Long Zhan, who had been ranked 5th in the grand examination. Seeing Long Zhan's arrival, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly, not understanding the other party's intentions. Chapter 350. Cousin Han Yin, it's great that you're here. After Long Zhan walked closer, he revealed a brilliant smile. He looked at Long Han Yin and said with a smile, "Help me persuade Brother Mo to join our Justice Alliance. You should also know that he has offended Jade Peak Hall and Liu Yanjun. If he doesn't have the Justice Alliance's protection, his situation would be very dangerous. Cousin Long Zhan, I'm very sorry. Han Yin can't help you with this matter." Hearing the words of Long Zhan, Long Han Yin slightly bowed towards him and said a word of apology. How could it be? A faint smile appeared on Long Zhan's face. He looked at Long Han Yin and said with a smile, "Brother, Mo joined the Wind Hall for you. The entire academy knows about this matter. As long as you open your mouth, he will definitely agree." Hearing Long Zhan's words, Long Hanyun's face immediately turned red. Her expression became bashful as she replied, "Cousin Long Zhan, please forgive me for being unable to help you with this matter. You should ask Qin Yin himself." Long Zhan didn't mind Long Hanyun's rejection. He looked at Mo Qingyun with a faint smile and said, "Brother Mo, you and Cousin Yutian are good brothers. You also have a close relationship with Cousin Han Yin. You and I could be considered to be on the same side. How about joining our righteous alliance?" After Long Zhan finished speaking, he revealed a brilliant smile and patiently waited for Mo Qingyun's reply. In his opinion, with the relationship between Mo Qingyun, Long Yutian, and Long Hanyin, Mo Qingyun would definitely not reject his invitation. However, the result disappointed Long Zhan. Brother Long Zhan, I can only say sorry about this matter. At this moment, he felt that victory was within his grasp. While waiting for Mo Qingyun's reply, Mo Qingyun revealed an apologetic expression and said, "A few days ago, I already promised Princess Wu Yu to join her carefree pavilion." You joined carefree pavilion? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Zhan immediately revealed a shocked expression. He almost didn't dare to believe his ears. Soon after, he laughed and said, "Brother Mo, don't joke around. Princess Wu Yu is too playful. Carefree Pavilion was merely established on a whim. Who knows, it might be disbanded one day. You should join our righteous alliance." Regardless of whether it was a whim or not, since I've already promised her, I naturally can't go back on my words. Mo Qingyun had an indifferent expression as he nodded his head towards Long Zhan and said apologetically, "As for Brother Long Zhan's good intentions, I can only say sorry." "Brat, what do you mean? Young Master Long Zhan invited you out of goodwill, but you actually don't know how to appreciate favors." Long Zhan Yan Zhan's words was Zhan Zhan's what Zhan's? What? Are you planning to use force? Seeing the actions of the other party, the complexion of Mo Qingyun became cold and detached as he questioned Long Zhan. "Jiang Rue, don't be rude." Seeing the actions of the person behind him, Long Zhan coldly scolded him. Then he smiled at Mo Qingyun and said, "Long Zhan admires Brother Mo's loyalty and righteousness. However, I will still say the same thing. Our righteous alliance welcomes Brother Mo to join at any time. If Princess Wu Yu really disbands Carefree Pavilion, I will definitely look for Brother Long Zhan." Hearing Long Zhan's words, Mo Qingyun naturally couldn't treat him coldly. After all, he was a member of the Long clan. It was inevitable that they would meet again in the future. "Ha ha, Brother Mo, I'll remember your words." Long Zhan didn't continue persuading Mo Qingyun when he heard Mo Qingyun say this, and his expression became slightly serious as he said, "Brother Mo, I heard that Liu Yanjun has been in closed-door cultivation recently to charge into the 7th level of the Origin Course stage. Once he exits his closed-door cultivation, he might be an advanced Origin Core stage expert. You have to be careful. Many thanks for Brother Long Zhan's reminder. I'll take note." Hearing Long Zhan's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly as he thanked Long Zhan. Then, Long Zhan led the members of the Righteous Alliance and quickly left. "Let's go." Seeing the members of the Righteous Alliance leave, Long Hanyin revealed a brilliant smile as she called out to Mo Qingyun. Then, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin walked out of the Dime Province. Then, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin chatted as they walked towards the Long residence. After a while, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin arrived outside the Long residence. "I'm going back. You should go back too. See you at the academy tomorrow." Standing in front of the Long residence, Long Hanyin winked at Mo Qingyun and made a playful expression. Then, she quickly escaped into the Long residence. This last, seeing Long Hanyin's actions, Mo Qingyun shook his head helplessly as he turned around and returned to the Tianyin residence. After Mo Qingyun returned to the Tianyin residence, he still didn't see Liu Fangliang and the others. It seemed like they had all stayed in the Dime Province. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate any longer as he returned to his room and started cultivating. After he started cultivating, Mo Qingyun began to recall what the technique imparting teacher had said about the wind ultimacy. As Mo Qingyun recalled what the technique imparting teacher had said, his understanding of the wind ultimacy increased little by little. After cultivating for a while, Mo Qingyun was surprised to discover that although he had been interrupted by Liu Yangsong back then, he hadn't been in the wind ultimacy. However, in that marvelous state, his comprehension of wind Upanishad didn't disappear because of this. Instead, it had turned into a mass of memories that remained in his mind. He needed to digest and comprehend it bit by bit. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun immediately became overjoyed. He said excitedly, If this continues as long as I digest these memories, my wind ultimacy will soon reach the 4th level. Then, Mo Qingyun became extremely excited as he immersed himself in cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Qingyun, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly had a startled expression. He excitedly opened his eyes. The cultivation of my clone is about to break through to the Yuan dance stage. After Mo Qingyun opened his eyes, a joyful expression appeared on his face. His mood was somewhat excited. He could sense that his clone in the He Xian residence was about to break through. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate any longer. He moved his body and entered the He Xian residence. After entering the He Xian residence, Mo Qingyun connected with his clone's mind. He focused all of his attention on controlling his clone to break through to the Yuan dance stage. Breaking through to the Yuan dance stage wasn't the same as breaking through to the true energy realm. This was a very crucial process. He couldn't relax in the slightest. This was because the level of the Yuan dance stage was related to the future achievements of his clone. Can I let my clone cultivate the 9 pills of heaven technique? At this moment, when Mo Qingyun was about to let his clone break through to the next level, such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, Mo Qingyun couldn't wait to test his idea. After trying out, Mo Qingyun's face showed some disappointment. The clone couldn't cultivate the 9 pills of heaven technique. However, after thinking about it for a while, Mo Qingyun felt relieved. If his clone could cultivate the 9 pills of heaven technique and condense 9 Yuan Dan in his body, it would be too unbelievable. Seeing that his clone had failed to cultivate the 9 pills of heaven technique, Mo Qingyun didn't think too much about it. He immediately condensed the origin energy in his clone to help him break through to the next level. After a few hours, Mo Qingyun stopped compressing the origin energy in his clone. After a few hours of hard work, the origin energy in his clone's body was finally compressed to the limit. Immediately, Mo Qingyun didn't delay any longer. He controlled the origin energy in his clone and began to condense the Yuan Dan in his Dantian. Another few hours passed. In the He Xian residence, the clone's aura suddenly increased and reached the Yuan Dan stage. Seeing that his clone's cultivation had broken through to the Yuan Dan stage, Mo Qingyun cut off the mental connection with his clone and started to meditate. When he was connecting with his clone and helping it break through to the next level, he had used up too much of his mental energy. He needed to meditate and recover. Just like that, another few hours passed. In the He Xian residence, Mo Qingyun stopped meditating and left the He Xian residence. After leaving the He Xian residence, Mo Qingyun prepared to leave the Tianyin mansion and head to the Dine province. At this moment, Mo Qingyun opened the door and was about to leave his room. His expression suddenly changed as a bold idea appeared in his mind. He thought, now that my clone's cultivation is the same as mine, can I get my clone to attend classes in the academy on my behalf? I can cultivate in the Tianyin manner, comprehend and digest the memories in my head. Wouldn't that be more efficient? After thinking about it for a short while, Mo Qingyun felt that this idea was feasible. His clone had a part of his mental energy in it. Apart from some special methods, it was basically the same as him. As long as he didn't fight with anyone, he didn't have to worry about being seen through. Then, he didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his clone to go to the Dayan province in his place. After sending his clone to the Dayan province, Mo Qingyun once again entered the He Xian residence and began to digest the memories in his head and comprehend the profound of wind. In the next 2 days, Mo Qingyun cultivated in the He Xian residence in silence. His clone went to the Dayan province to attend classes in his place. Of course, after the classes ended, his clone had to send Long Hanyin back to the Long Mansion. What made Mo Qingyun happy was that during these 2 days, no one in the school noticed that his clone wasn't his original body. After sending Long Hanyin back to the Long Mansion, the clone went back to the Tianyin Mansion, just like Mo Qingyun. At this moment, The clone went to Mo Qingyun's room after returning to the Tianyan mansion. Mo Qingyun, who was cultivating in the Hexian residence, suddenly opened his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised. Level 5 Profound of Wind. After discovering that his Profound of Wind had improved again, Mo Qingyun was delighted. He was very satisfied with his progress. Tomorrow is the day of the apprenticeship. Master said that he will invite all the students. There will definitely be many Heaven Star Border Realm experts. After a short moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly. He calculated the time and thought to himself, Heaven Star Border Realm experts have sharp senses. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it seems like I can't let my clone continue to impersonate him tomorrow. I have to go there personally. After thinking about it, Mo Qingyun made up his mind to attend the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow. Of course, other than being worried that his clone would be exposed, Mo Qingyun did so out of respect for Lin Tang. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal to use his clone to replace him. After all, the apprenticeship ceremony wasn't a small matter. It would be disrespectful to use his clone to replace him. It was a quiet night. Chapter 351. Half an hour later, Mo Qingyun arrived at Dian Province. After arriving at Dian Province, Mo Qingyun did not have any doubts and headed straight to the location of the apprenticeship ceremony. A moment later, a majestic hall appeared in front of Mo Qingyun. At the top of the hall, there was a huge signboard. On the signboard, there were 3 simple and unadorned words, Zephyr Hall. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the words Zephyr Hall seemed to have a life of their own as they flowed continuously. Zephyr Hall, this is where the apprenticeship ceremony is held. Walking to the front of the hall, Mo Qingyun's expression changed as he glanced at the signboard above the hall. After seeing the signboard, Mo Qingyun's face immediately revealed a look of shock. He exclaimed, "The words on the signboard actually contain some of the profound meaning of the wind." It seems like this person's understanding of the profound meaning of the wind is much deeper than mine. After looking at the signboard, Mo Qingyun turned his gaze to the inside of the hall to observe the situation. At a glance, Mo Qingyun discovered that the hall was already filled with guests, and all the seats in the hall were taken. Lin Tang sat at the front of the hall, while Lin Shi and a few other elders sat beside him. Mo Qingyun was more familiar with the people sitting on the left side of the hall. They were the hall masters and elders of the various halls of the Hidden Dragon Institute. After looking at the hall masters, Mo Qingyun looked towards the right side of the hall. After looking, a look of shock appeared on his face. I didn't think that the various large families of Flame Capital would be invited by Master. When Mo Qingyun saw the people on the right side of the hall, his face was filled with shock. He was a little surprised by their arrival. However, when he thought of their identities, Mo Qingyun's heart felt relieved. As the hall master of Dian Province, Lin Tang was a late-stage Heaven Dipper second-stage expert. Naturally, no one would reject his invitation. Mo Qingyun glanced at everyone in the hall and didn't hesitate any longer. He lifted his foot and walked into the hall. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun walked into the hall, 2 young men walked up from behind him. One of them had an imposing appearance, while the other was as beautiful as a flower. Both of them exuded an astonishing aura. Heavenly Dipper Realm Expert, a high-level expert of the Pill Palace. Sensing their auras, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed. He was shocked by their cultivation bases. The 2 of them didn't look old, but their cultivations were so terrifying. However, after Mo Qingyun thought about it, he felt relieved. After a warrior's cultivation broke through to the Yuan Dan stage, their lifespan would be greatly extended. If one's cultivation reached the Pill Palace realm, it was possible for them to live for 300 to 500 years. As for the Heaven Dipper realm, it would be even longer. Therefore, the age of the Pill Palace and Heaven Dipper realm experts couldn't be determined from their appearance. As the 2 of them walked closer, the woman's beautiful eyes moved. She looked at Mo Qingyun with interest and smiled charmingly at Mo Qingyun. As for the man, when he saw Mo Qingyun, He frowned and revealed a trace of surprise. He took another look at Mo Qingyun. When the man sized up Mo Qingyun clearly felt a chill from his body. The two of them sized up Mo Qingyun for a moment, then ignored Mo Qingyun and walked into the hall. When the two of them entered the hall, Mo Qingyun followed closely behind and walked quickly towards Lin Tang and the others. As soon as Mo Qingyun walked into the hall, everyone's gaze fell on him. He's the disciple that Lin Tang is going to take in this time, Mo Qingyun. I've seen him before. This kid is actually very talented. Seeing Mo Qingyun walk closer, everyone in the hall started discussing. Seeing that everyone's gaze was focused on him, the two people in front were surprised and unconsciously looked at Mo Qingyun. Then, under everyone's gaze, Mo Qingyun slowly walked in front of Lin Tang. Disciple Mo Qingyun greets master. Mo Qingyun walked in front of Lin Tang and bowed respectfully to Lin Tang. Disciple? When they heard Mo Qingyun's words, the young man and woman revealed surprised expressions again. It seemed like the young man in front of them should be their junior brother. Disciple Han Yi greets master. Disciple Su Xing greets master. After a short moment of surprise, the two no longer hesitated and walked forward to bow to Lin Tang. I didn't expect the three of you to come at the same time. Seeing Mo Qingyun and the other two arrive, Lin Tang smiled brightly and said, Yi, Su Xing, this is your junior brother, Mo Qingyun and Qingyun. These two are your senior brother and senior sister. Mo Qingyun greets senior sister Han and senior brother Su. Junior brother Mo, greetings. After Lin Tang finished speaking, Mo Qingyun and the other two greeted each other. After Mo Qingyun and the other two arrived, a few more people arrived in the hall. About a quarter of an hour later, everyone had arrived. With the arrival of all the guests, the apprenticeship ceremony officially began. Next, Mo Qingyun went through the apprenticeship ceremony one after another, serving tea, performing the apprenticeship ceremony, etc. After 2 hours, the complicated apprenticeship ceremony finally ended. Qingyun, come here. Seeing that the apprenticeship ceremony was over, Lin Tang beckoned Mo Qingyun over and took out a light-colored key, handing it to Mo Qingyun, saying, This is the key to Wine Temple's Wind Cliff. With this key, you can enter the Wind Cliff to cultivate once. Many thanks, Master. Hearing Lin Tang's words, Mo Qingyun thanked him and received the key from Lin Tang. Junior brother, senior sister also has some gifts for you. After Lin Tang's action, Han Yi revealed a bright smile and took out a chinquin bag, handing it to Mo Qingyun, saying, I heard that you're good at arrays. I have some array refining materials here. I'll give them to you. Han Yi handed the chinquin bag in her hand to Mo Qingyun. Many thanks, second senior sister. Seeing the chinquin bag handed over by Han Yi, Mo Qingyun thanked her and kept the chinquin bag. Seeing Lin Tang and Han Yi's actions, Su Xing, who was sitting to the right of Lin Tang, revealed an imperceptible cold smile, saying, Since Master and Junior Sister have both given Junior Brother gifts, as the eldest Senior Brother, I can't go empty-handed. After saying some polite words, Su Xing took out a jade slip from his chinquin bag and handed it to Mo Qingyun, saying, Junior Brother, this jade slip contains a strand of my consciousness. If you encounter any danger in the future, just crush this jade slip and I'll rush over no matter how far it is. Many thanks, eldest Senior Brother. After thanking Su Xing, Mo Qingyun took the jade slip from Su Xing's hands. Su Xing was a heavenly dipper first-stage expert, and his help could be considered a precious gift. Eldest Senior Brother is so stingy. However, when Mo Qingyun accepted the gift, Han Yi grunted delicately from the side and refused to accept it. Eldest Senior Brother, little Junior Brother isn't an outsider. Could it be that you won't help him if he doesn't have this jade slip? This, after being questioned by Han Yi, Su Xing's expression became a little awkward. He took out another item and handed it to Mo Qingyun, saying, Junior Brother, this is our Mystic Ice Palace's assessment token. As long as you have this token, you can participate in the Mystic Ice Palace's disciple assessment. Mystic Ice Palace? Hearing Su Xing's words, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly. He was a little surprised by Su Xing's other identity. Many thanks, eldest senior brother. However, Mo Qingyun didn't think too much at this moment. He thanked Su Xing and took the disciple assessment token from Su Xing. That's more like it. Han Yi only smiled brightly when she saw Su Xing's actions. She stopped mocking Su Xing. Afterwards, the people from the various clans all took out congratulatory gifts and handed them to Mo Qingyun. They congratulated Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun naturally wouldn't reject everyone's actions. He accepted all of their gifts without rejecting them. After everyone congratulated him, Lin Tang ordered people to set up a banquet to entertain the guests. Several hours later, the ceremony finally came to an end. With the ceremony over, Mo Qingyun bid farewell to Lin Tang and the others before leaving Dian Province. He stood up and returned to the Tianyin Manor. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, after Mo Qingyun left Dian Province, his eyes suddenly twitched rapidly. An intense sense of unease appeared in his heart. What's going on? Why do I feel so uneasy? Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed when he discovered this. Intense doubt rose in his heart. The current situation was far too abnormal. It was as if he had been targeted by some terrifying existence. Mo Qingyun furrowed his brows when he discovered this. He pondered over the reason for his unease. After thinking about it for a while, Mo Qingyun gave up. He had no idea what to do about this uneasiness. What shocked Mo Qingyun even more was that the unease in his heart became even more intense as time went on. Mo Qingyun's heart became much heavier when he discovered this. He thought, why do I suddenly feel like I'm being watched? Is it the doing of the Lung family? With that thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He quickly returned to the Tianyin Manor. After returning to the Tianyin Manor, Mo Qingyun told Qi Lian and the others to strengthen the defenses of the Tianyin Manor. Afterwards, he quickly returned to his room and entered the Heixian Hall in a flash. He prepared to count his gains from the ceremony. The feeling of oppression from before has vanished. Mo Qingyun's face suddenly changed when he entered the Heixian Hall. Surprise rose up in his heart. He discovered that the feeling of unease from before had instantly vanished when he entered the Heixian Hall. In other words, His Majesty Heixian has cut off their surveillance on me. Mo Qingyun furrowed his brows when he discovered this. He thought to himself, the Heixian Hall can cut off their surveillance. In that case, I'll stay in the Heixian Hall for the next few days until I find out the reason. I wonder if my clone will feel the same when he leaves the Heixian Hall. With that thought, he began to test his hypothesis. He sent his clone out of the Heixian Hall. Chapter 352. As expected, my avatar doesn't feel like I'm being watched. Seeing his avatar leave Heixian Hall without any abnormalities, Mo Qingyun's face immediately lit up with joy. If that's the case, I can continue to use my avatar to replace my original body. Seeing that his avatar wasn't affected and could replace his original body to enter the academy, Mo Qingyun felt much more relaxed. Because of this, the effect of being watched on him was reduced to the minimum in an instant. However, although it didn't affect him much, Mo Qingyun still didn't like the feeling of being watched. Although this feeling of being watched has been temporarily resolved, I still can't let my guard down. Mo Qingyun thought for a moment, then took out the gifts he received during the apprenticeship ceremony and began to count them. The first thing Mo Qingyun took out was the Qinquan bag that Han Yi gave him. Opening the Qinquan bag that Han Yi gave him, various materials for refining arrays quickly appeared in front of him. Looking at the materials in front of him, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed. His gaze was fixed on some stones with runes imprinted on them. Star-patterned stones. After seeing these stones, Mo Qingyun's face immediately lit up with surprise, and he became a little excited. With these star-patterned stones, I can restore the power of the 9 Temples formation disk. When the time comes, I can set up the time shift array. When he thought about how he could use the time shift array to increase his cultivation speed, Mo Qingyun was extremely excited. Immediately, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He handed the star-patterned stones to the 9 temples and ordered, "Ninth temples, use these star-patterned stones to replenish the power of the 9 temples formation disk." Star-patterned stones. Seeing Mo Qingyun put the star-patterned stones into the Soul Palace, the 9 temples responded with excitement. "Young Lord, with these star-patterned stones, the power of the 9 temples formation disk will immediately be restored." "Yes," Mo Qingyun replied to the 9 temples and continued to check the other items. 100-year-old fire thundercloud mushroom, an 80-year-old sunset flame grass, 10 drops of azure frostfire salt. Under Mo Qingyun's inspection, various cultivation materials and elixirs appeared in his vision. More than 90% of these cultivation materials were fire attribute spiritual herbs and cultivation materials. Mo Qingyun was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Most of the things that those fellows gave him were of the fire attribute. However, after thinking about it for a while, Mo Qingyun understood the reason in his heart. Previously, during the grand examination, he had displayed astonishing profundities of fire. Presumably, everyone had assumed that he specialized in the power of fire. Now that my mastery of the profound of fire has reached perfection, these spiritual herbs are no longer of much use to me. Mo Qingyun revealed a look of pity and sighed in his heart. He raised his hand and put away the spiritual herbs in front of him. Then, Mo Qingyun continued to digest the memories in his mind and began to comprehend the profound of wind. He planned to completely digest and comprehend the memories in his mind, then head to Guanfeng Cliff to cultivate. In the following days, Mo Qingyun cultivated in the Hexian Palace and sent his avatar to Dian Province to attend classes. After the lectures were over, he controlled his avatar to send Long Hanyan back to the Long residence. In this way, the feelings between him and Long Hanyan immediately heated up at an extremely fast speed, and there was a kind of fervent desire. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, while his avatar was sending Long Hanyan back to the Long residence, a trace of worry appeared on Long Hanyan's face. "Hanyan, what's the matter?" Seeing Long Hanyan's expression, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly as he asked Long Hanyan. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyan pouted and said with a slightly depressed mood, "My cultivation has broken through to the 4th level of Yuan dance stage." "Breaking through is a good thing. Why are you unhappy?" Hearing Long Hanyan's answer, Mo Qingyun's expression became a little confused. He didn't understand Long Hanyan's words for a moment. Hearing Mo Qingyun's question, Long Hanyan pouted and looked at Mo Qingyun with a strange expression, saying, "You big idiot." "Big idiot?" Seeing Long Hanyan's reaction, Mo Qingyun was even more puzzled. He was really confused by Long Hanyan's abnormal behavior. After a short moment of confusion, Mo Qingyun's eyes immediately lit up. He instantly understood Long Hanyan's true thoughts. Long Hanyan's cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of Yuan dance stage. This meant that she was going to enter the Wind Hall's Earth class. In other words, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Earth class with Long Hanyan in the future. Silly girl. So this is what she's worried about. You're just changing classes. It's not like we can't see each other anymore. Understanding Long Hanyan's thoughts, Mo Qingyun revealed a brilliant smile and comforted Long Hanyan. Also, you don't have to worry. It won't be long before my cultivation breaks through to the 4th level of Yuan dance stage. At that time, we can attend classes together again. You only know how to boast. How can it be so easy to break through to the 4th level of Yuan dance stage? Long Hanyan glanced at Mo Qingyun and said with some disappointment, "Your cultivation has just broken through to the Yuan dance stage. Even if you break through one stage in a year, it will still be 3 years before your cultivation reaches the 4th level of Yuan dance stage." Long Hanyan obviously didn't think that Mo Qingyun could break through one stage in a year. After all, this cultivation speed was really a little too frightening. Hearing Long Hanyan's words, the smile on Mo Qingyun's face deepened. However, he didn't explain further. He couldn't possibly tell Long Hanyan that he had a 10 times time shift array formation, and that he could cultivate for 10 days, while others cultivated for a day. Of course, Mo Qingyun still planned to give Long Hanyan a surprise when the time came. At this moment, while Mo Qingyun was silent, Long Hanyan revealed a sly smile and said, "Since you were so confident in yourself, I want you to break through to the 4th level of Yuan Dan stage in 2 years. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore." Break through to the 4th level of Yuan Dan stage in 2 years? Hearing Long Hanyan's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "Okay, I will definitely break through to the intermediate level of Yuan Dan within 2 years." "That's what you said." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyan's face immediately revealed a bright smile. She extended her pinky finger at Mo Qingyun and said, "In that case, let's pinky swear." "Pinky swear?" Hearing Long Hanyan's words, Mo Qingyun couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Long Hanyan actually made such a childish gesture. This was really rare. Seeing that Mo Qingyun was stunned and didn't extend his pinky finger, Long Hanyan's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She said somewhat dejectedly, "Breaking through to the 4th level of Yuan Dan stage in 2 years is really too difficult. I think we should just forget about it." Seeing Long Hanyan's reaction, Mo Qingyun shook his head helplessly and said with a faint smile, "It's not difficult. I promise you, within 2 years, my cultivation will definitely break through to the 4th level of Yuan Dan stage." "Really?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyan was overjoyed. Her expression became somewhat excited. After acting so excited, Long Hanyan's face flushed red. She felt that her performance was a bit too much. At this moment, while Long Hanyan's heart was beating faster and her face was filled with shyness, Mo Qingyun said with a firm expression, "Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Let's pinky swear." After Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he extended his pinky finger. Seeing Mo Qingyun's action, Long Hanyan's expression became blank. She unconsciously extended her pinky finger. Immediately, Mo Qingyun's pinky finger hooked with Long Hanyan's pinky finger. Their thumbs touched, completing the promise. Long Hanyan's pinky finger was incomparably delicate, as if it didn't have any bones. Under the touch, it was soft and smooth, making people feel very comfortable. After hooking her finger with Mo Qingyun, Long Hanyan's face immediately turned red. She seemed to feel that this action was a bit too intimate. After a short moment of silence, Long Hanyan's beautiful eyes suddenly moved. She quickly said to Mo Qingyun, "Oh right, if you want to save Aunt, I have an idea." "What idea?" Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He quickly asked Long Hanyan, "Become the first in the academy." Seeing Mo Qingyun's nervous expression, Long Hanyan's expression became more serious. She said, "Every 3 years, the academy will hold an academy competition. The person who obtains the first place in the academy can make a request to the Flame King." After hearing Long Hanyan's words, Mo Qingyun quickly understood her idea. He said in a deep voice, "You mean, when I obtain the first place in the academy, I can ask the Flame King to appear and ask the Long family to release my mother?" "Yes. Although the Long family and the Imperial Yi family are similar in strength, if the Flame King appears, the Patriarch will definitely agree." Long Hanyan nodded and explained to Mo Qingyun. Hearing Long Hanyan's words, Mo Qingyun's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly asked Long Hanyan, "When will the next academy competition be held?" "The earliest inter-academy tournament will be held in 11 months. Long Hanyan calculated in her heart. After a moment of silence, she replied to Mo Qingyun, "In the next academy competition, it will be impossible for you to obtain the first place in the entire academy. Maybe in the academy competition after that, you will have some hope. Of course, if it is the academy competition after that, you will definitely be able to obtain the first place in the academy. If that's the case, won't it be 7 years later?" Hearing Long Hanyan's words, Mo Qingyun's expression became more serious. He thought to himself, not to mention 7 years, even 4 years is too long. Why need to strive for his time? In the academy competition, after 11 months, I must obtain the first place in the academy. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun made up his mind, he and Long Hanyan arrived at the Long residence. Don't feel too much pressure. With your talent, you will definitely obtain the first place in the academy in 7 years. At that time, you'll be able to save Ant. Standing in front of the Long residence, Long Hanyan comforted Mo Qingyun. She then said with some reluctance, I will go back first. Chapter 353. When the clone returned to the Tianyin Manor. Within the Heixian Hall, Mo Qingyun's aura suddenly swelled as he cultivated. At this moment, a shocking storm erupted around Mo Qingyun, forming a huge whirlpool. 7th level mysteries of wind. When the whirlpool formed, Mo Qingyun, who was cultivating, opened his eyes with joy. After these days of cultivation, he had finally digested all the benefits of the wondrous state. It's time to head to Guanfeng Cliff. Seeing that he had completely digested all the benefits of the wondrous state, Mo Qingyun did not plan to stay in the Heixian Hall any longer. Afterwards, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and left the Heixian Hall. As soon as he left the Heixian Hall, Mo Qingyun discovered that the feeling of being watched had appeared again. As expected, the feeling of being watched still hasn't disappeared. Mo Qingyun immediately frowned when he discovered this. His heart became rather heavy as he thought to himself, it looks like someone has left a sensory brand on me. This feeling appeared after the ceremony. If that's the case, someone must have secretly left a brand on me during the ceremony. Thinking up to this point, Mo Qingyun immediately deduced the possibility of being branded in his mind. During the apprenticeship ceremony, I didn't come into contact with too many people. The only people I came into contact with were my master, my senior brothers and sisters, the hall masters, the elders, and the people from the 5 great families. Master, the hall masters, and elders didn't need to do this. If the people from the 5 great clans wanted to do this, they wouldn't have waited until now. After some thought, Mo Qingyun narrowed down the range of people he could suspect. Afterwards, Mo Qingyun's face turned cold. Surprise rose up in his heart as he thought to himself, could it be senior brothers and senior sisters? I've checked the materials that senior sister gave me. There's nothing wrong with them. It looks like it could only be. When he thought of this, Mo Qingyun immediately became surprised. He immediately found the answer. With this discovery, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He immediately took out the 2 items that Su Xing had given him. After taking out the 2 items, Mo Qingyun began to sense them in an attempt to find the brand that had been left behind. Sure enough, there are some obscure brands on the 2 items. After sensing for a while, Mo Qingyun's face turned gloomy. An intense cold light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, this Su Xing is from the profound ice palace. It looks like he knows about the enmity between Luo Ba and me. After deducing this, Mo Qingyun's heart instantly became clear. All of his doubts were immediately resolved. After knowing Su Xing's intentions, Mo Qingyun revealed a cold smile. He looked at the jade slip and the token of the profound ice palace in his hand and said coldly, Su Xing, we have no enmity between us. Yet, you want to harm me. If that's the case, don't blame me. Then, Mo Qingyun left the small house and sent a sole message to Qi Lian, asking him to come and see him immediately. After a while, Qi Lian arrived in front of Mo Qingyun. Seeing Qi Lian's arrival, Mo Qingyun revealed a serious expression. He asked Qi Lian, how confident are you in dealing with a Heaven Star border expert whose cultivation has fallen to the peak of the Pill Palace realm? If it's someone who has just entered the Heaven Star border, even if his cultivation hasn't fallen to the Pill Palace, this old servant has a 90% chance of killing him. Qi Lian's face was cold as he replied to Mo Qingyun. He paused for a moment before continuing. If he was in the early 2nd stage of the Heaven Star border before his cultivation fell, this old servant has a 70% chance of killing him. If he's in the mid-2nd stage of the Heaven Star border, this old servant has a 50% chance of victory. If he's in the late second stage of the Heaven Star border, this old servant has a 30% chance of victory. That's enough. Follow me to a place. Hearing Qi Lian's reply, Mo Qingyun revealed a satisfied smile. He instructed Qi Lian and walked out of the Tianyin manor. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Qi Lian didn't hesitate and immediately followed behind Mo Qingyun. After leaving the Tianyin manor, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and directly brought Qi Lian out of Flame City. Young Lord, what are you planning to do? Along the way, Qi Lian revealed a puzzled expression and asked Mo Qingyun, kill a person. Hearing Qi Lian's words, Mo Qingyun's face was cold. His tone was filled with killing intent. This was the first time he met Su Xing. There was no enmity between them, but Su Xing actually wanted to harm him. Mo Qingyun definitely wouldn't forgive such a person. With his intelligence, he wasn't stupid enough to think that Su Xing's actions were out of kindness and that he wanted to protect him at all times. Subsequently, Mo Qingyun briefly recounted the matter of Su Xing to Qi Lian. Young Lord, don't worry. As long as his cultivation falls below the Heaven Star border, this old servant has a 100% chance of killing him. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, a sinister smile appeared on Qi Lian's face. He seemed to be a little excited. His cultivation was currently at the peak of the Pill Palace realm. Once he refined a Heaven Star border expert, his cultivation would rise to the Heaven Star border realm. That's right. Seeing that Qi Lian had guessed his thoughts, Mo Qingyun didn't hide it and nodded in response. Next, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian slowly walked out of Flame City. 15 minutes later, in front of a secluded mountain peak, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian stopped. This was the place where they were going to fight Su Xing. That Su Xing is a Heaven Star border expert. If we want to deal with him, we have to make some preparations first so that he won't escape. After arriving here, Mo Qingyun didn't immediately lure Su Xing over. Instead, he wanted to make sufficient preparations. After scanning the surroundings, Mo Qingyun revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He rejoiced inwardly. Unexpectedly, a random place actually formed a chaotic 8 desolates. It looks like even the old man is not helping Su Xing. Other than that, what made Mo Qingyun happy was that Han Yi had given him a lot of formation materials during the ceremony. If Han Yi hadn't given him those materials, he wouldn't have been able to set up a formation to kill Su Xing previously. When he was setting up the formation in Tianyin Manor, he had used up all the formation materials he had on him. In that case, I'll have to thank Senior Sister properly in the future. After thinking about that, Mo Qingyun took out the Chinquin bag that Han Yi had given him and prepared to set up the formation. 9 temples. Let's perform the soul grafting and set up the formation. After taking out the Chinquin bag, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and immediately transmitted a message to the 9 temples. Yes, young lord. Hearing Mo Qingyun's transmission, the 9 temples immediately replied. After sensing the surroundings, he said in surprise, this is the Chinquin bag. Young lord, you actually found such a place. The 9 temples said excitedly, with the help of such a place, we might be able to set up an early level 5 formation. The Chinquin formation. Chinquin formation? Hearing the 9 temples' words, Mo Qingyun's smile widened. He took out Han Yi's materials and asked, 9 temples, can we set up the Chinquin formation with these materials? This is the extreme ice jellyfish and the grand leaf fire essence. Seeing the materials in the Chinquin bag, the 9 temples was pleasantly surprised. He said excitedly, young lord, with these materials, we can set up an early level 5 formation, the Yinyang 8 Desolation Demon Extermination formation, which is even more powerful than the Chinquin formation. Good. In that case, let's get started immediately. Hearing the 9 temples' words, Mo Qingyun didn't want to delay and immediately set up the formation with the 9 temples. Several hours later, the 9 temples and Mo Qingyun stopped what they were doing. The formation is complete. It's time to lure the enemy in and wait for them to come. Seeing that the Yinyang 8 Desolation Demon Extermination formation was complete, a brilliant smile appeared on Mo Qingyun's face. He took out the jade scroll that Su Xing had given him. Pucci. Then, under Mo Qingyun's strength, the jade slip was crushed into pieces. At this moment, in a secluded courtyard in Dian province, Su Xing was chatting with a few Winhall elders with a faint smile on his face. The jade scroll is broken. I didn't expect that kid to use the jade scroll so quickly. Sensing the fluctuation from the jade scroll, Su Xing immediately frowned. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself, I heard that kid has a grudge with many families in Flame Capital. He must have met with their revenge. Outside Flame Capital, sensing the spot where the jade scroll had been crushed, Su Xing's expression was first shocked. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, That's good too. Once I take down that kid, I can directly take him to Black Eye's palace to see Elder Roba. Elder Roba has offered a handsome reward to deal with this kid. After thinking about this in his heart, Su Xing slowly stood up and said to everyone in front of him with a humble expression, Elders, I have something important to deal with, so I will leave first today. Oh. Hearing Su Xing's words, one of the elders asked with a concerned expression, Nephew, do you need the help of us old fellows? Many thanks for Elder Li's kind intentions. I can handle this matter, so I won't trouble you uncles. Hearing Elder Li's words, Su Xing revealed a humble expression and replied to everyone. Of course, Su Xing wouldn't let them accompany him. If that was the case, how could he make a move against Mo Qingyun? Soon after, Su Xing and the others took their leave. In a flash, they headed towards the place where Mo Qingyun had crushed the jade scroll. Thinking of how he could take down Mo Qingyun and receive his reward from Roba, Su Xing's mood immediately brightened up. He hadn't expected to receive such an unexpected reward from participating in Lin Tang's disciple acceptance ceremony. It was truly unexpected. With this thought, Su Xing's flying speed immediately increased by a few notches. Soon, Su Xing arrived in front of a secluded mountain peak and saw Mo Qingyun not far ahead. Chapter 354. Junior brother, are you all right? Su Xing walked up to Mo Qingyun. When he saw that Mo Qingyun was fine, he was immediately shocked and asked Mo Qingyun, Eldest senior brother, do you really want something to happen to me? When he saw Su Xing's reaction, Mo Qingyun revealed a cold expression and asked Su Xing in return. Of course not. When I sensed that you had crushed the jade slip, I thought that you were in danger and I was scared out of my wits. Su Xing waved his hand and replied with a faint smile. His expression relaxed, and he said, Now that I see that you are fine, I am much more relieved. Haha, thank you for your concern, eldest senior brother. Mo Qingyun looked at Su Xing with disdain and replied with a faint smile. He was even more disdainful of Su Xing in his heart. You are my junior brother. As your senior brother, I should be concerned about you. In response to Mo Qingyun's words of gratitude, Su Xing smiled faintly and waved his hand. He had a look of pity on his face as he said, It is such a pity that you used the jade slip to ask for help. Pity? Do you think I should keep it? When he heard Su Xing's words, the disdain on Mo Qingyun's face deepened. He took out the Mysterious Ice Palace's assessment token. After taking out the Mysterious Ice Palace's assessment token, Mo Qingyun raised his hand and crushed the assessment token. Junior brother, what are you? When he saw Mo Qingyun's action, Su Xing's expression instantly changed. When he looked at Mo Qingyun, his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Nothing. I just don't want others to use this opportunity to spy on me. When he saw Su Xing's expression, Mo Qingyun smiled coldly and replied, I didn't expect you to be so alert. When he saw Mo Qingyun's reaction, Su Xing was first stunned. Then, he revealed a cold smile. He knew that his hands and feet had been discovered by Mo Qingyun. However, Su Xing did not mind. He sneered at Mo Qingyun and said, Junior brother, I'm surprisingly vigilant. However, you're too stupid. Even if you expose me now, do you think you can escape from me? After saying those cold words, Su Xing revealed a smug, cold smile. He continued, On account of the fact that we are martial brothers, I do not wish to make a move on you. Obediently follow me to the profound ice palace and receive your punishment before Elder Roba. Senior brother, you underestimate me too much. Do you think that since I dare to expose you like this, I wouldn't have a backup plan? Mo Qingyun glanced at Su Xing with a faint smile and said calmly, Senior brother, for the sake of our relationship, I don't want to be your opponent. Why don't you commit suicide? Commit suicide? When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Su Xing immediately frowned. Then he laughed out loud and said, Junior brother, you a Yuan Dan realm cultivator, actually dare to threaten me, a Heaven Star Border realm cultivator. Are you joking with me? At this moment, Mo Qingyun was no different from an idiot in Su Xing's eyes. A Yuan Dan realm cultivator threatening a Heaven Star Border realm cultivator. Could it be any more ridiculous? Do you think that I'm joking? Mo Qingyun had an indifferent expression on his face when he heard Su Xing's mocking words. He replied with a question of his own. I don't know what gave you the courage to speak to me like this. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for doing it myself. After Su Xing finished speaking, he directly attacked Mo Qingyun. His body moved, and he grabbed at Mo Qingyun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, when Su Xing attacked Mo Qingyun, streaks of purple light gathered together and blasted towards him at extreme speed. When these rays of light gathered together, they emitted a destructive power that turned the entire sky purple. What kind of attack is this? Looking at the scene before him, Su Xing's face twitched. His face was filled with shock as he exclaimed, This brat actually has such a technique. Is this what he's relying on? While Su Xing was still in shock, he quickly retreated and used his hands to block the purple light that was attacking him. Heaven Star Thunder Diagram. Once Su Xing made his move, rays of heavenly lightning exploded from his body, forming a huge diagram. When the diagram was formed, it was like a small world, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, demonic beasts that were comparable to the peak of the Pill Palace rushed out from the Heaven Star Thunder Diagram. When these demonic beasts rushed out from the Heaven Star Thunder Diagram, they crazily waved their beast claws and attacked the purple rays. Bang, bang, bang. When these demonic beasts collided with the purple rays, loud bangs were heard. A terrifying storm of elemental energy was emitted from the collision. When this storm of elemental energy appeared, it immediately formed a terrifying gust of wind that swept towards the surroundings. The sky and earth changed color. Junior brother, I'm really surprised that you have such a technique. When this gust of wind was formed, Su Xing revealed a cold smile. He said to Mo Qingyun proudly, However, this level of attack is not enough to threaten me. You'd better follow me obediently. Is that so? Hearing Su Xing's words, Mo Qingyun replied calmly. He quickly formed a hand seal. Inyang 8 Desolation Demon Extermination Formation. Rise. When this hand seal was formed, Mo Qingyun blasted towards the void. Following that, the sky within a 100-meter radius immediately darkened. Following the change in the sky and earth, strange runes formed in midair. After these runes appeared, a bright light screen appeared in midair, sealing off the surrounding 100-meter radius. Array. Seeing this scene, Su Xing's expression suddenly changed, revealing a shocked expression. He had not expected Mo Qingyun to have such a hidden technique. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated Mo Qingyun. Junior brother, you have really surprised me. You actually have so many techniques. After a short moment of shock, Su Xing smiled coldly and said to Mo Qingyun, However, these techniques alone are not enough to threaten me. Senior brother, don't be so sure of your words. In response to Su Xing's confident words, Mo Qingyun replied with a faint smile. Then, he summoned his light gate martial soul. Seal gate, seal for me. After summoning his light gate martial soul, Mo Qingyun immediately displayed his martial soul superpower and raised his hand to attack Su Xing. Once the martial soul superpower was displayed, The mini-light gate shadow instantly blasted into Su Xing's body and sealed his blood, qi, and spiritual soul. Puff! After his blood, qi, and spiritual soul were strongly sealed, Su Xing suddenly felt his heart tremble and blood flowed out from his mouth. When Su Xing vomited blood, his face immediately revealed a look of fear. He realized that his cultivation was beginning to weaken. In a short while, Su Xing's cultivation fell from the late stage of Heaven Dipper realm to the pinnacle of Pill Palace. My cultivation. How did this happen? Seeing that his cultivation had fallen, Su Xing immediately became flustered. This was something that he had never expected. Shortly after, Su Xing's face was filled with fear. He looked at Mo Qingyun in a panic and said in shock, "What did you do to me? Why did my cultivation fall to the Pill Palace realm?" "You will naturally know when you reach the bottom," Mo Qingyun replied coldly to Su Xing. He then looked at Qi Lian beside him and instructed, "Qi Lian, I will leave the rest to you. Young lord, don't worry. Just leave him to this old servant." After replying to Mo Qingyun, Qi Lian's face revealed a cruel smile. His body flashed and entered the Yin-Yang 8 Desolation Demon Extermination Formation. "Brat, let this old man send you down." Once he entered the Yin-Yang 8 Desolation Demon Extermination Formation, Qi Lian let out a cold voice and raised his hand to attack Su Xing, a pinnacle expert of Pill Palace. That brat actually has an expert of this level by his side. Sensing Qi Lian's appearance, Su Xing's expression changed again. He revealed a look of shock and said coldly, "Humph. Mo Qingyun, you think that by using some tricks to make my cultivation fall to the pinnacle of Pill Palace, you can send an old man to the pinnacle of Pill Palace to fight me?" After saying those words coldly, Su Xing revealed an arrogant expression. He looked at Qi Lian and said, "Old man, even if my cultivation fell, it is impossible for my realm to fall. I will let you feel the power of origin energy." Heaven Dipper, Ice Roar. Facing Qi Lian's attack, Su Xing did not dare to be careless. He continuously waved his fists at Qi Lian. Each time Su Xing blasted out a punch, there would be an ice dragon dancing out, sweeping towards Qi Lian. Under the dancing of these ice dragons, the surrounding vegetation instantly turned into ice sculptures. The Yin-Yang 8 Desolation Demon Extermination Formation instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Old man Doc, after throwing out a punch at Qi Lian, Su Xing let out a cold voice. His expression became even more ferocious. "Hee, brat, it's too early for you to be proud. You are not the only one who has grasped the power of origin energy." Facing Su Xing's attack, Qi Lian smiled coldly and replied to Su Xing. A sea of blood filled the sky. At this moment, under Qi Lian's attack, a terrifying wave of blood instantly slammed towards Su Xing. Under the impact of this wave, a large pool of blood instantly spread out on the ground of the formation. It was as if water had been poured into a pool. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Facing the impact of the wave of blood, the surrounding world of ice and snow instantly disintegrated, turning into a dusky world of blood. The profound ice dragon phantoms that were charging towards Qi Lian were instantly swallowed and melted by the blood waves. Blood origin energy. Seeing the power of Qi Lian's attack, Su Xing's expression instantly changed, revealing a look of fear. He really did not expect that this old man, who was only at the peak of the Pill Palace, would have comprehended the power of origin energy. Moreover, from Qi Lian's attack just now, it seemed that Qi Lian's use of the power of origin energy was above his. This was really too strange. "Sir, with your strength, why do you need to listen to a brat at the Yuandan realm? Why don't you follow me to the mysterious Ice Palace? I can ask the palace master to bestow you the position of an elder." Su Xing revealed a look of fear as he looked at Qi Lian and tried to persuade him. At this moment, he already had a strong sense of fear towards Qi Lian. An elder position in the mysterious Ice Palace. This old man is not interested in it. Chapter 355. Blood Sea. As soon as Qi Lian finished speaking, he did not waste any more words with Su Xing. He raised his hand and blasted a palm at Su Xing bang. As Qi Lian blasted out with his palm, waves that soared into the sky immediately rose in the sea of blood within the formation. These waves were like blood-colored flood dragons. They danced their bodies and crushed towards Su Xing. Facing the impact of these waves, Su Xing immediately fell into a dangerous situation. He was in a situation where he was about to be beaten up. His expression immediately became flustered. The extent of Qi Lian's strength had far exceeded his expectations. This is a legacy martial arts secret manual. Seeing Qi Lian's move, Su Xing's expression twitched violently. He revealed a terrified expression. A legacy martial arts secret manual was something that had never appeared even in the large sects of the prefecture. He really did not expect that an old man at the peak of the Dan Palace realm beside Mo Qingyun would actually know a martial arts secret manual of this level. Kid, at least you have some knowledge. Seeing Su Xing recognize his martial techniques secret manual, the cold smile on Qi Lian's face became even more pronounced. He laughed loudly and said, "Brat, don't put up any more pointless resistance. You should feel honored to be able to die under such a martial technique. Let this old man refine you." Blood demon exterminating the world. As soon as Qi Lian finished speaking, he raised his hand and blasted another palm at Su Xing. His body emitted a monstrous, ferocious aura. When this ferocious aura appeared, a huge blood-colored figure condensed rapidly behind Qi Lian and blasted a palm at Su Xing, Origin's source spirit. Seeing the huge blood-colored figure appear, Su Xing's heart trembled. He was terrified to the extreme. He said in shock, "Who exactly are you people?" If one wanted to summon the Origin source spirit in the process of executing a martial arts secret manual, one would have to comprehend the Origin source energy to the extreme. Qi Lian's Origin source energy was only at the first level, but he was actually able to summon the Origin source spirit. This was simply too shocking. However, Qi Lian did not bother with Su Xing's shocked expression. He blasted a palm at Su Xing without hesitation. When Qi Lian blasted out with his palm, the sea of blood in the array formation churned even more intensely and crazily slapped at Su Xing. At this moment, Su Xing was facing the attacks of the blood demon shadow and the beating of the waves. He instantly fell into a situation where he was attacked from both sides. Bang! Then, under the assault of the two attacks, Su Xing was sent flying by the blood demon shadow's palm, falling to the ground with heavy injuries. Puff! After falling to the ground, Su Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled, and the aura on his body weakened. "Junior brother, I was wrong. I beg you to give me a chance to turn over a new leaf for the sake of our friendship." Su Xing did not care about the injuries on his body. He immediately looked at Mo Qingyun with a pleading expression and begged, "As long as you let me go, I will listen to everything you say in the future. I will listen to everything you say." A subordinate with Heaven Dipper Realm Cultivation base sounds quite tempting. Hearing Su Xing's words, the corner of Mo Qingyun's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Su Xing with a playful expression. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Su Xing's face instantly lit up. He thought that Mo Qingyun was tempted by his suggestion. Then, Su Xing's face lit up with joy. He looked at Mo Qingyun with an excited expression and said, "Junior brother, if that's the case, you agree to let me go? Let you go? Do you think that's possible?" Hearing Su Xing's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him mockingly and shook his head. "Su Xing, you must die today. However, after killing you, there will indeed be another Heaven Dipper Realm expert by my side." "Qi Lian, do it." After saying this coldly to Su Xing, Mo Qingyun did not say anything more to him and directly ordered Qi Lian. Blood demon swallows the sky. Once he heard Mo Qingyun's instructions, Qi Lian no longer hesitated and made a move against Su Xing once more. Then, a huge blood-red demonic shadow appeared in midair and opened its bloody mouth to swallow Su Xing and Mo Qingyun. If you want to kill me, you won't be able to live either. After being swallowed by the blood-red demon, Su Xing spat out venomous words. He said coldly, Mo Qingyun, I've already sent news of you to the Mystic Ice Palace. Soon, Elder Robo will know that you are in Flame City. You will be hunted down by Elder Robo. When Su Xing uttered the words of madness, Qi Lian sat down cross-legged and began to refine Su Xing. Seeing Qi Lian's actions, Mo Qingyun did not say anything. He also started cultivating at the side, preparing to wait for Qi Lian to refine Su Xing. Just as Mo Qingyun was preparing to cultivate, he called out his clone and had him return to Flame City first. Mo Qingyun had sent his avatar back to Ignispolis so that he could replace him and observe the situation in Ignispolis. After sending his clone back to Flame City, Mo Qingyun started cultivating at the side, waiting for Qi Lian to refine Su Xing. 5 days later, Qi Lian, who had been refining Su Xing, suddenly had his aura rise. A shocking storm formed around him. Qi Lian's cultivation is about to break through to Heaven Star border. Sensing the change in Qi Lian's aura, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He was pleasantly surprised. Now that Qi Lian's cultivation had broken through to Heaven Star border, the Tianyan Manor had a Heaven Star border expert. They could be considered to have entered a first-rate force and could truly establish themselves in Flame City. After the storm formed around Qi Lian's body, a vision of heaven and earth appeared above him, quickly forming a picture. In the image of the heaven and earth phenomenon, there were gigantic demonic dragons soaring in the blood-red sky. Hell demonic dragon picture. Seeing the picture above Qi Lian's body, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately shook as he exclaimed, I didn't expect that the Big Dipper picture that Qi Lian condensed is actually the top 100 among the 100,000 Big Dipper pictures, the Hell Demon Dragon picture. Roar. When the picture was formed, Qi Lian's 7 fiend blood demonic dragon martial soul flew out of his body. As soon as the 7 evils blood demon dragon martial soul flew out of Qi Lian's body, it flew into the Big Dipper picture and merged with it. As the 7 fiend blood demonic dragon martial soul flew into the Heaven Star picture, the 7 fiend blood demonic dragon martial soul's body became more solid. Martial soul into the picture. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyun immediately revealed a look of surprise. He said in pleasant surprise, I didn't expect Qi Lian to be able to integrate his martial soul into the Big Dipper picture just after breaking through to the Big Dipper realm. It seems like he made a lot of preparations. Forming the Heaven Star picture was a sign of breaking through to Heaven Star border. However, if one wanted to break through to Transcendent Realm, they had to merge their martial soul with the Heaven Star picture. This showed how shocking Qi Lian's actions were. Next, Mo Qingyun stood aside and waited for Qi Lian to finish his cultivation. A few hours later, the storm around Qi Lian gradually weakened, and he kept the Heaven Star picture in his body. After putting the Big Dipper image into his body, Qi Lian stopped cultivating. He stood up and walked over to Mo Qingyun with a joyful expression. Let's go back to Flame City. Seeing Qi Lian walk over, Mo Qingyun didn't say anything. He gestured to Qi Lian and returned to Flame City. Yes. Qi Lian nodded and followed behind Mo Qingyun, returning to Flame Capital together. An hour later, Mo Qingyun and Qi Lian returned to the Tianyan Manor. At this time, their clones had already returned. After returning to the Tianyan Manor, Mo Qingyun didn't stay there. He left some instructions for Qi Lian and headed to Dian Province. After a while, Mo Qingyun arrived in Dian Province. After arriving in Dian Province, Mo Qingyun didn't go to the Wind Hall's human class. Instead, he went to the Earth class. He planned to tell Long Han Yin that he was going to Wine Cliff to cultivate and wouldn't be able to see her for a while. The Wind Hall's Earth class wasn't very far from the human class. They were only separated by a few halls. After a while, Mo Qingyun arrived at the Wind Hall's Earth class. The space of the Wind Palace's Earth class was slightly smaller than that of the human class. After briefly sizing up the Earth class, Mo Qingyun walked in and looked for Long Hanyan. As Mo Qingyun was only at the first level of Yuan Dan realm, he attracted a lot of attention when he walked into the class. A kid at the first level of Yuan Dan realm actually came to the Earth class. This kid must have caused trouble in the human class and was taught a lesson. He came to the Earth class to find his elder brother to take revenge for him. That should be the case. But why does this kid look a little familiar? Everyone pointed at Mo Qingyun and whispered. Mo Qingyun didn't pay attention to everyone's reaction. His gaze swept across the Earth class. Soon, Mo Qingyun saw a beautiful figure in a seat by the window. She was Long Hanyan, who came to the Earth class. At this moment, there were a few young men in luxurious clothes surrounding Long Hanyan. One of them was talking cheerfully in front of Long Hanyan. Looking at them, they seemed to be trying to make Long Hanyan happy. It was just that Long Hanyan did not seem to buy their actions very much. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and walked towards Long Hanyan. As soon as they saw Mo Qingyun's actions, everyone in the Earth class immediately revealed looks of surprise. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions. Mo Qingyun actually walked towards Long Hanyan. That kid is walking towards Long Hanyan. Could it be that he's looking for Long Hanyan? This kid is wearing our Wind Palace Hall's uniform. He might be Long Hanyan's former classmate. This kid actually ran from the human class to the Earth class just to see Long Hanyan. He's really bold and not afraid of death. What can he do? I'm sure that Long Hanyan won't pay attention to him. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, the Earth class students all revealed expressions of disdain. In their opinion, Mo Qingyun should also be an admirer of Long Hanyan. Of course, he was also the type that failed. Hanyan. At this moment, Mo Qingyun walked in front of Long Hanyan under everyone's gaze and greeted Long Hanyan. Qingyun. Seeing Mo Qingyun's arrival, Long Hanyan revealed a surprised expression. She was somewhat surprised by Mo Qingyun's appearance. Shortly after, she smiled sweetly at Mo Qingyun and said, "Why did you come to the Earth class to find me?" Long Hanyan smiled. She smiled at Mo Qingyun. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Wind Palace Hall's Earth class was instantly dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Long Hanyan, who had always treated everyone coldly, actually smiled at the kid in front of them. Moreover, she smiled so happily. Chapter 356. I came to find you because there's something I want to tell you. Hearing Long Hanyan's words, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied, "I plan to, you can talk later." At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was about to speak, Long Hanyan interrupted his words. Her face flushed red as she said in a low voice, "Let's go outside and talk." As soon as Long Hanyan finished speaking, she revealed a bashful expression and quickly walked out of the Earth class. Let's go outside and talk. What ambiguous words are these? Hearing Long Hanyan's words, the expressions of everyone in the Earth class instantly changed. Each and every one of them revealed envious expressions as they looked at Mo Qingyun. One of the three great beauties of Yin City, Long Hanyan, who usually disdained others, actually said such ambiguous words to someone else at this moment. This was too shocking. It could be said without holding back that the scene before their eyes blinded the eyes of everyone in the Wind Hall's Earth class. Seeing Long Hanyan's actions, Mo Qingyun immediately understood her thoughts and followed Long Hanyan out of the Earth class. "Brat, stop right there." At this moment, when Mo Qingyun was walking out of the Earth class, a young man wearing gorgeous clothes blocked his path. The person blocking Mo Qingyun's path was one of the young men who had surrounded Long Hanyan before. Is something the matter? Seeing that his path was blocked, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly and glanced at him with a cold expression. With one look, Mo Qingyun's face unconsciously revealed an expression of surprise. The person who blocked his way was Lung Yao, the person who had threatened him in Great Yan's real estate back then. When Mo Qingyun recognized Lung Yang also recognized Mo Qingyun. His expression was somewhat surprised. "Brat, so it's you." After recognizing Mo Qingyun, Lung Yang's expression darkened as he said coldly, "Looks like if I don't show you who's boss, you'll turn a deaf ear to my words. You actually dare to pester Princess Wu Yu and Miss Han Yan. Lung Yang, what do you want to do?" Seeing Lung Yang blocking Mo Qingyun's path, Long Hanyan's face revealed displeasure as she spoke coldly. Hearing Long Hanyan's words, Lung Yang's face immediately darkened. He sneered. He said, "Miss Han Yan, I'm doing this for your own good, so that you won't be deceived by some rascal." Now that she knew Mo Qingyun's identity, how could Long Han Yan believe Lung Yang's words? After hearing this, she immediately said unhappily, "Even if I'm deceived, that's my business, and I'm doing it willingly. There's no need for you to meddle in other people's business. Even if I'm deceived, I'm doing it willingly." At this moment, when Long Hanyan's words left her mouth, the expressions of everyone in the Earth class instantly changed greatly. Immediately after, their gazes toward Mo Qingyun were instantly filled with admiration and worship. Awesome, this was just too awesome. A brat with a cultivation base at the first level of the Yuan Dan realm was able to deceive one of the three great beauties of Yin City, the prodigy of the Long family, Long Han Yin, to such an extent. What an awesome battle record this was. Compared to the others, Lung Yang's current mood was undoubtedly infuriated to the extreme. Following this, Lung Yang's expression was gloomy as he angrily glared at Mo Qingyun and coldly said, "Brat, don't say that I didn't give you a chance to change your ways. If you kneel down and kowtow to admit your wrongs and promise that you won't bother Lady Han Yan again, I can let you off this time. Lung Yang, don't meddle in other people's business. Qingyun isn't bothering me." Hearing Lung Yang's words, Long Hanyan's charming face turned cold as she coldly replied. Hearing Long Hanyan's words, Lung Yang's expression immediately turned ugly. His gaze darkened as he stared at Mo Qingyun and said, "Brat, don't tell me that you only know how to hide behind a woman. Will you let a woman protect you for the rest of your life?" Seeing Lung Yang's attitude, everyone's gaze turned towards Mo Qingyun. They wanted to see how Mo Qingyun would respond. Would Mo Qingyun admit defeat and kowtow to beg for mercy? Or would he be angry for a woman? "Han Yan, let me handle this matter." At this moment, when everyone looked towards Mo Qingyun grasped Long Hanyan's slender hand and pulled her behind him. Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Long Hanyan's body immediately trembled, and she looked at Mo Qingyun with a face full of surprise. This was the first time Mo Qingyun had held her hand. So this was what it felt like to hold hands. For a moment, she couldn't help but be stunned. After being stunned for a short while, Long Han Yan walked behind Mo Qingyun with a blushing face. However, she didn't break free from Mo Qingyun's hand. Long Han Yan actually allowed Mo Qingyun to hold her hand. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Earth class immediately raised their hands to rub their eyes. To them, this scene was too explosive. From this, it could be seen that Long Han Yan had tacitly agreed that Mo Qingyun was the person she admired. While everyone was shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions, Mo Qingyun looked coldly at Lung Yang and said, "Immediately kneel down and kowtow to Han Yan and apologize. Promise that you won't bother Han Yan anymore. Also, don't appear in front of me in the future and I can spare your life." Mo Qingyun was threatening Lung Yang. He chose to be angry for a beauty. Seeing Mo Qingyun's current performance, everyone in the Earth class instantly felt their blood boiling. Martial artists of our generation should be like this: fearless and fearless. Be angry for a beauty and rise with a sword. This kid is so domineering. He actually dares to speak to Lung Yang like this. It's just that his choice seems to be a bit too impulsive. With his cultivation, he's not Lung Yang's match at all. I heard that Lung Yang has already defeated Li Chong, who's ranked 100th on the Heaven and Earth ranking. This is news from 10 days ago. Just yesterday, Lung Yang already defeated He Fei, who's ranked 90th on the Earth ranking. If that's the case, then isn't this kid finished? Everyone whispered and looked at Mo Qingyun sympathetically. From their point of view, Mo Qingyun's current actions were no different from committing suicide. With Mo Qingyun's cultivation, he challenged and defeated Lung Yang, who's ranked 90th on the heaven and earth ranking. He's tired of living. You want me to kneel down and kowtow to admit my mistake? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Yang revealed a cold smile and said with a sinister smile, "Kid, I admire your courage. However, do you think it's interesting to suffer like this? Kid, I hope you're not just good with your mouth." After coldly laughing, Lung Yao walked out of the earth class and coldly said to Mo Qingyun, "There's no point in trying to win a battle with words. Come out and fight with me and prove that you're not trash that relies on women." Hearing Lung Yang's words, Mo Qingyun didn't waste any more words and directly walked out of the earth class. "Qingyun, don't be rash. Lung Yang's strength is very strong." Seeing Mo Qingyun's actions, Long Hanyin revealed a worried expression and tried to persuade Mo Qingyun. Seeing Long Hanyin's actions, Mo Qingyun gave her a comforting smile and said faintly, "Don't worry. If I can't even deal with Lung Yang, how am I going to face Lu Yanjun's revenge?" Hearing Mo Qingyun say this, Long Hanyin was at a loss and didn't know how to persuade Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun was right. If he couldn't even defeat Lung Yang, how was he going to fight with Lu Yanjun? Lu Yanjun was ranked 19th on the Earth leaderboard. His ranking was much higher than He Fei, whom the Lung family defeated. Lung Yang and He Fei couldn't be compared to him. If that's the case, only if Mo Qingyun defeated Lung Yang would he have the qualifications to fight with Lu Yanjun. Thinking of this, Long Hanyin didn't try to persuade Mo Qingyun anymore and said to Mo Qingyun with concern, "Be careful. You still have some backbone. If that's the case, then follow me to the martial arts practice field to fight." Seeing Mo Qingyun come out, Lung Yang revealed a dark smile and said coldly to Mo Qingyun. After Lung Yang finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the Earth-class martial arts practice field. At this moment, when Lung Yang turned around, Mo Qingyun stopped him and said indifferently, "No need to be so troublesome. Just fight here. It won't take many moves anyway." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Yang's expression froze. Then, he revealed a proud, cold smile and laughed. "Brat, you know yourself well. You know that you can't take more than a few moves from me. You misunderstood my words. What I meant was that I only need a few moves to take care of you." Seeing that Lung Yang misinterpreted his words, Mo Qingyun shook his head and explained to him. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Yang's expression instantly darkened. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, "You talk big. I want to see how you can defeat me in a few moves." Poisonous Shadow Demon Palm. After Lung Yang finished speaking, he no longer hesitated and directly attacked Mo Qingyun. He displayed the Lung family's inherited martial arts secret manual, Heaven-Destroying Demon Palm. From the looks of it, Lung Yang planned to kill Mo Qingyun. Lung Yang struck out with his palm. A surge of energy exploded out like an overturning sea wave, transforming into a huge shadow of the gods and devils. Once the shadow of the gods and devils formed, the entire ground shook as if it couldn't bear the pressure. From the looks of it, Lung Yang's mastery of heaven-destroying demon palm was even deeper than Lung Chong's. Boom, boom, boom. When a shadow of the gods and devils struck down, the ground under Mo Qingyun's feet immediately exploded. It made a series of loud noises and dust flew up. Blood chi berserk. In the face of Lung Yang's attack, Mo Qingyun didn't dare to hold back. He immediately summoned his martial soul and displayed his martial soul superpower. As soon as his martial soul superpower was displayed, his aura immediately skyrocketed and reached the peak of LV3 Yuan dance stage. Sun-incinerating mountain splitting saber. Mo Qingyun took out his red silk saber and forcefully slashed at the huge palm of the shadow of the gods and devils. Immediately, Lung Yang and the others saw a scarlet saber light that was dozens of meters long emerge from the dust cloud where Mo Qingyun was standing. Puchi! The scarlet saber light slashed at the shadow of the gods and devils' palm and forcefully shattered it in an instant. The saber light didn't slow down and continued to strike the shadow of the gods and devils' body. Under the suppression of the flaming saber light, the body of the shadow of the gods and devils exploded little by little and gradually disappeared from the world. Lung Yang's all-out attack was defeated by Mo Qingyun just like that. After witnessing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Lung Yang's attack, which was at the peak of LV5 Yuan Dan stage, was easily defeated by Mo Qingyun, who was at LV1 Yuan Dan stage. This scene was simply too shocking. LV7 Fire Ultimacy. Chapter 357. Once this person's words left his mouth, the crowd's expressions immediately changed as they were extremely shocked by Mo Qingyun's identity. They really didn't think that the youth in front of them, who was only at the first layer of the Yuan Dan realm, would actually be the champion of this year's grand examination, Mo Qingyun. The one who was fought over by the various hall masters, valued by the 3 elders of the academy, and now accepted as a personal disciple by the Wind Hall's hall master, Mo Qingyun. At this moment, the crowd finally understood why Mo Qingyun didn't fear Lung Yang. With Mo Qingyun's current status, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Lung Yang, the genius descendant of the Lung family. I didn't think that you would be the champion of the grand examination, Mo Qingyun. After knowing Mo Qingyun's identity, Lung Yang immediately fell an itch of hatred. He clenched his teeth and coldly said, "I really regret that I was soft-hearted that day and didn't directly kill you." From Lung Yang's point of view, if he had been a bit more ruthless that day and had directly gotten rid of Mo Qingyun, Mo Qingyun wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in the grand examination and wouldn't have had the opportunity to display his talent. He wouldn't have had the opportunity to become a carp entering the dragon's gate. It could be said that Lung Yang's one wrong step that day had led to his current state of affairs. The current Mo Qingyun had already become a force to be reckoned with. He was no longer someone that Lung Yang could casually manipulate. I also regret that I didn't kill you that day and allowed you to continue to pester Han Yan. Mo Qingyun indifferently replied to Lung Yang's words. He and Lung Yang had a stance of confrontation. Seeing Mo Qingyun's attitude, a cold light flashed in Lung Yang's eyes. He clenched his fists and coldly said, "Mo Qingyun, out of respect for the Hall Master, as long as you promise to never pester Han Yan again, I can overlook your previous offenses." Hearing Lung Yang's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disdain and mocked. "Lung Yang, you don't need to give anyone face. If you have the ability, then just attack. There's no need for so much nonsense. If you don't dare to attack, then scram when you see me in the future. Mo Qingyun, you're courting death. You can't blame me for not giving the Hall Master face." Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Yao's expression instantly turned ferocious. Mo Qingyun's words had already touched the bottom line of his patience. Heavenly God and Devil Slash. Under Lung Yang's attack, an even more terrifying shadow of the gods and devils appeared behind him. As soon as the shadow of the gods and devils appeared, it held a wolf-toothed club and fiercely swung it at Mo Qingyun, creating a black club shadow. Under the bombardment of the club shadow, a terrifying gust of wind immediately erupted, creating a storm of dust. Burning Sun Mountain's splitting blade, facing Lung Yang's attack, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and once again slashed at Lung Yang with his blade. As the blade slashed out, the red silk blade in Mo Qingyun's hand suddenly exploded with a shocking blade light. Bang! After the blade light and the club's shadow collided, they immediately stopped in midair, like 2 bison with horns stuck in a stalemate. However, the scene at this moment was much more intense than a bison fight. At the place where the blade light and the club's shadow collided, a shocking amount of sparks flashed. Mo Qingyun, although your ultimacy has reached the 7th level, your attack is not enough to break my celestial demon overbearing slash. Seeing that his attack was not damaged at all by Mo Qingyun's blade light, Lung Yang revealed a complacent sneer. Is that so? Hearing Lung Yang's complacent words, Mo Qingyun smirked and said coldly, since the 7th level of fire ultimacy can't break it, then I'll use the 8th level of fire ultimacy. Immediately, Mo Qingyun's aura immediately rose, and the heat wave he emitted became even more intense. Bang! After Mo Qingyun displayed the 8th level of fire ultimacy, the flames on the flaming blade light suddenly rose and exploded with a roar. Ka ka ka! Then, under the bombardment of the flaming blade light, small cracks immediately appeared on the club in the hands of the shadow of the gods and devils. Bang! Soon, the mace was unable to withstand the heavy blow and instantly shattered like glass. After the flaming blade light shattered the club, its power did not diminish and continued to bombard the shadow of the gods and devils, forcefully bombarding the shadow of the gods and devils. Facing the bombardment of the flaming blade light, the shadow of the gods and devils seemed to have no power to resist and was forcefully defeated and dissipated. Pucci, the shadow of the gods and devils, which was connected to his mind, was once again forcefully defeated. Lung Yang could no longer suppress the turbulence in his blood and qi and spat out a mouthful of blood. Eighth level of fire ultimacy. You have actually comprehended the 8th level of fire ultimacy. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lung Yang looked at Mo Qingyun in disbelief, unable to accept this result. 8th level of fire ultimacy. Following Lung Yang's words, the expressions of the surrounding people changed greatly, their hearts filled with shock. During the grand examination, Mo Qingyun had only displayed the 7th level of fire ultimacy, but now he had displayed the 8th level of fire ultimacy. Could it be that his fire ultimacy had a breakthrough recently? Just at the 1st level of the Yuandan realm, he had already comprehended the 8th level of fire ultimacy. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? If this was not the case, did it not mean that Mo Qingyun had already comprehended the 8th level of fire ultimacy before entering the Yuandan realm? If this was really the case, Mo Qingyun's talent was simply too monstrous. Not to mention the great Yin martial house. Someone with such monstrous talent could probably be found in the entire province. At this moment, the crowd finally understood how monstrous Mo Qingyun's talent was. Scram! Don't ever appear in front of me again. While the crowd was still in shock, Mo Qingyun coldly spoke to Lung Yang. You! Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Yang's expression darkened, gnashing his teeth as he glared at Mo Qingyun. However, after glaring angrily at Mo Qingyun for a while, Lung Yang coldly snorted and finally left obediently. He had no choice, because he felt that if he did not scram, Mo Qingyun would probably attack him again. Mo Qingyun was not afraid, as he was a direct descendant of the Lung family. Since Mo Qingyun dared to forcefully beat Lung Chong half to death in the grand examination, then he would also dare to beat him half to death. After Lung Yang left for a while, the crowd finally regained their senses, unable to believe the result. When a first-level origin core stage martial artist fought a peak 5th-level origin core stage martial artist, he was actually able to easily crush his opponent. There was probably no other person with such terrifying combat strength in the entire Dime province. He really did it. He defeated Lung Yang. Seeing Mo Qingyun defeat Lung Yang, Long Hanyin revealed an excited smile, her jade-like hands tightly clenched into fists. This meant that Mo Qingyun was qualified to fight Liu Yanjun. This kid is so strong. He will definitely win the first place in the Best Newcomer King battle in 10 months. The Best Newcomer King battle is no longer a challenge to him. He already has the qualifications to challenge an expert on the Earth role. He just entered the academy, and he already has the combat strength to defeat an expert on the Earth role. His battle results are enough to be recorded in the history of Dian Province. At this moment, the crowd was looking at Mo Qingyun with mixed emotions. Let's go. Mo Qingyun ignored the crowd's gazes and walked up to Long Hanyin, smiling faintly at Long Hanyin. Okay. After Long Hanyin heard this, she nodded in response and left with Mo Qingyun. After a while, Mo Qingyun and Long Hanyin arrived at a short hill in the Wind Temple. Why are you looking for me? Long Hanyin tilted her head and revealed a sweet smile as she asked Mo Qingyun. I plan to enter the Wind Cliff to cultivate. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you for the time being. Mo Qingyun did not beat around the bush and directly answered Long Hanyin. After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyin's expression changed slightly. Her eyes revealed a trace of reluctance as she asked, "How long are you going to cultivate at the Wind Cliff?" It's hard to say. If it's fast, it'll be a month. If it's slow, it'll probably take a few months. Mo Qingyun thought for a moment before replying to Long Hanyin. He then continued, "After coming out of the Wind Cliff, I'll be the first to see you." After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyin blushed. She glared at Mo Qingyun and said shyly, "Who wants to see you? You'd better stay at the Wind Cliff and never come out." After hearing Long Hanyin's words, Mo Qingyun could not help but be stunned. He then revealed a bitter smile. In that case, it seemed that he was imagining things. Hee. After seeing Mo Qingyun's deflated expression, Long Hanyin covered her mouth and laughed. She looked extremely beautiful. Seeing Long Hanyin's expression, Mo Qingyun could not help but be stunned. A strange feeling rose in his heart. As soon as this feeling appeared, it instantly took root in Mo Qingyun's heart and grew vigorously. In my previous life, I was obsessed with cultivation and did not even experience love. Now I'm like a chick. Thinking of the emotional experience in his previous life, Mo Qingyun could not help but sigh in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that I've lived in vain in my previous life. In this life, I don't want to be like my previous life. I want to live a different life." Seeing that Mo Qingyun was silent, Long Hanyin frowned slightly and said softly, "Are you angry?" "No." Mo Qingyun shook his head and replied to Long Hanyin, "Give me your hand." Long Hanyin lowered her head. Her face was red as she whispered to Mo Qingyun, "Oh." Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Mo Qingyun showed some confusion. He looked at Long Hanyin with a confused expression. However, Mo Qingyun still raised his hand and put it in front of Long Hanyin. Seeing Mo Qingyun put his hand in front of her, Long Hanyin's left hand gently grabbed Mo Qingyun's wrist. Her right hand was writing on Mo Qingyun's palm. Long Hanyin's fingers were very soft. The feeling of writing on his palm was soft and warm. This feeling was very strange and very comfortable. Done. After a while, Long Hanyin's face was red. She let go of Mo Qingyun's hand and said shyly, "I'll leave first." Following that, Long Hanyin was like a little white rabbit that ran away, quickly returning to the Earth class. "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine in the Earth class. I'll wait for you to come back from Guanfeng Cliff, Hanyin." Just now, what Long Hanyin wrote on Mo Qingyun's hand were these few words. The words on the palm. Thinking back to Long Hanyin's actions, Mo Qingyun unconsciously held the right hand that Long Hanyin was writing on. Chapter 358. A moment later, Mo Qingyun arrived in front of a valley. In front of the valley, there were two towering stone pillars. Above the two stone pillars, there was a huge stone plaque. On the plaque, there were three huge words written in an ancient style. Guanfeng Cliff. This is Guanfeng Cliff. Seeing the words on the plaque, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He walked towards the two stone pillars. When he arrived in front of the two stone pillars, Mo Qingyun saw that there was a green light screen in the middle of the two stone pillars. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and took out the key that Lin Tang had given him. As Mo Qingyun took out the key, it immediately fluctuated and flew towards the green light screen in the middle of the stone pillars. When the key flew into the green light screen, a gap appeared in the light screen, big enough for a person to enter. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately walked into the light screen. Then, the scene in front of Mo Qingyun changed and became a scene of cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a bottomless valley. Mo Qingyun had a feeling that if he fell, even Yuan Dan, a level 9 expert, would be smashed to pieces. The path at the edge of the cliff was very narrow, less than half a meter wide. It could barely accommodate one person. Mo Qingyun took a quick look at his surroundings. Then, he no longer hesitated and walked forward along the cliff. Whoosh! When Mo Qingyun took a step forward, a violent gust of wind swept towards him. Under the gust of wind, there were wind blades that cut Mo Qingyun's body madly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the cutting of these wind blades, Mo Qingyun's clothes were instantly cut open. If not for Mo Qingyun's strong body, his skin would have been cut open by the wind blades when he was caught off guard. This gust of wind actually contains a bit of the profound meaning of wind. Mo Qingyun's expression turned serious, and he immediately released level 1 profound meaning of wind to block the attack of these wind blades. Then, Mo Qingyun continued to walk along the cliff, slowly heading towards the top of the cliff. Not long after, a huge stone platform appeared in front of Mo Qingyun. On this platform, there were many youths sitting cross-legged, silently cultivating. In front of the platform, there was a long stone staircase. At this moment, there were a few youths climbing up the stone staircase. But from their looks, it was very strenuous. At this moment, the crowd on the stone platform noticed Mo Qingyun's arrival. Level 1 of the Yuan Dan realm? Who is this kid? How dare you come to Guanfeng Cliff with this level of cultivation? It should be a new student who just entered the academy in this year's grand examination. New student? It doesn't seem easy for a freshman to get the key to enter Guanfeng Cliff. So what if he is not simple? Don't tell me he can climb the wind ladder of enlightenment. In a moment, the crowd was pointing at Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun ignored the crowd's gazes and slowly walked towards the stone staircase. As he walked closer to the stone staircase, Mo Qingyun felt a very pure, profound meaning of wind from the stone staircase. After this discovery, Mo Qingyun's expression changed as he gained a better understanding of Wind Cliff. He thought to himself, "Looks like if I want to comprehend the profound meaning of wind, I still have to climb this stone staircase." With this thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and directly walked towards the stone staircase. "Kid, if you don't want to die, you'd better obediently cultivate on the wind comprehension platform for a year before attempting to climb the wind comprehension stairs." At this moment, as Mo Qingyun prepared to climb the stone staircase, a youth with a cold expression said coldly to Mo Qingyun. This youth's cultivation was not weak. Yuan Dan's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level, and his comprehension of the profound meaning of wind had also reached the 5th level. From his strength he displayed, he was much stronger than Lung Yang. They were not on the same level at all. Looks like this arrogant youth should also be an expert on the heaven and earth ranking. Mo Qingyun sized up the youth and smiled faintly. He replied, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I'll be very careful." Then, Mo Qingyun did not say anything else and turned to look at the wind comprehension stairs. Seeing Mo Qingyun's behavior, a person beside the indifferent youth said unhappily, "He doesn't know what's good for him." Senior brother Lon Ao kindly reminded him, but he didn't appreciate it. "That's right. I'm certain that he won't even be able to climb the first step of the wind comprehension stairs before he'll be blasted down by the astral winds on the wind comprehension stairs," another person said with disdain. Mo Qingyun did not pay any attention to these people's behavior and directly walked up the wind comprehension stairs. Then, Mo Qingyun stepped on the wind comprehension stairs and walked up to the first step. As soon as Mo Qingyun walked up the wind comprehension stairs, he felt a terrifying astral wind pressing down on him, trying to blast him down the stairs. The wind power is close to the first level of the profound meaning of wind. Feeling the power of the profound meaning in the wind power, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly, and he smiled faintly. After that, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and walked up the second step of the stone stairs. After seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone on the wind comprehension platform changed. They were somewhat shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions. This kid actually succeeded in climbing the wind comprehension stairs. The person who mocked Mo Qingyun was surprised. This kid is not simple. At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, Lan Ao revealed a cold expression and spoke in a cold and deep voice. Not simple. Hearing Lan Ao's evaluation of Mo Qingyun, everyone was shocked by Lan Ao's words. Lan Ao was an expert ranked 9th on the Heaven and Earth ranking list. He actually had such a high evaluation of Mo Qingyun. Such an outcome was out of everyone's expectations. Could it be that Mo Qingyun was really not simple? At this moment, everyone was puzzled and became curious about Mo Qingyun. Senior Lan Ao, how many steps do you think this kid can climb? At this moment, a young man asked Lan Ao softly with respect. 30 steps. Hearing the young man's question, Lan Ao was silent for a while and said his guess. At this moment, just as Lan Ao finished speaking, not far away, a young man in white waved the folding fan in his hand and looked at Mo Qingyun on the wind comprehension stairs. He waved his hand and said, "No, he can climb to the 40th step." 40th step. Hearing the young man in white's words, everyone was shocked again, and the shock on their faces intensified. A kid at level 1 Yuan Dan realm could climb to the 40th step of the wind comprehension stairs. This was too frightening. The more steps one climbed on the wind comprehension stairs, the stronger one's comprehension of the ultimacy. To climb to the 40th step of the wind comprehension stairs, one had to comprehend at least level 4 wind ultimacy. Yuan Dan realm level 1 wind ultimacy comprehended at level 4 wind ultimacy. Was this possible? However, no one dared to question the words of the young man in white. This was because the young man in white was more powerful than Lan Ao. He was the expert ranked 6th on the Heaven and Earth ranking list, Ning Wei. Since he said so, it meant that it might be possible. Senior Ning Wei, do you really think that the kid can climb to the 40th step of the wind comprehension stairs? Hearing Ning Wei's words, Lan Ao also showed a surprised expression and asked Ning Wei. It's just a feeling. Ning Wei smiled faintly and replied to Lan Ao. He then looked at Mo Qingyun with interest and said, "Looks like there are quite a few geniuses in this year's grand examination. It's a pity that we didn't go and watch." After Ning Wei finished speaking, he didn't say anything else and silently watched Mo Qingyun climb the stairs. Seeing that Ning Wei didn't speak, the crowd didn't speak either. They silently sat on the wind comprehension platform and watched Mo Qingyun climb the stairs. A few minutes later, on the wind comprehension stairs, Mo Qingyun successfully climbed to the 10th step of the wind comprehension stairs and stood firmly on it. After seeing this scene, everyone's expression froze, and their expressions became somewhat nervous. In a few minutes, Mo Qingyun easily climbed to the 10th step of the wind comprehension stairs. This ability wasn't simple at all. After pausing for a few breaths' time, Mo Qingyun continued to climb the wind comprehension stairs under the crowd's gaze. With one step, Mo Qingyun climbed to the 11th step of the wind comprehension stairs. Wind power comparable to the second level of the wind esoteric meaning. Once he climbed to the 11th step of the wind comprehension stairs, Mo Qingyun felt that the pressure of the wind on the stairs was even stronger. He thought to himself, "It seems like every level of the esoteric meaning is evenly distributed to the 10 steps of the wind comprehension stairs, allowing one to gradually comprehend the esoteric meaning." After pausing for a while, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and walked towards the 12th step of the wind comprehension stairs. As Mo Qingyun climbed up the stone steps, the pressure he felt increased bit by bit. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Qingyun successfully climbed to the 20th step of the wind comprehension stairs. Moreover, his movements were extremely relaxed. In just a quarter of an hour, he reached the 20th step of the wind comprehension stairs. This kid is terrifying. Seeing Mo Qingyun's performance, a person on the wind comprehension platform said in shock. Under the crowd's shock, Mo Qingyun once again lifted his foot and walked toward the 21st step of the wind comprehension stairs. Half an hour later, Mo Qingyun successfully climbed to the 29th step of the wind comprehension stairs. His expression was as relaxed as ever. However, the crowd on the wind comprehension platform immediately tensed up as they looked at Mo Qingyun anxiously. Just one more step, and Mo Qingyun would reach the 30th step. He had achieved Lan Ao's prediction. Could he do it? Just like that, under the crowd's gaze, Mo Qingyun took a step forward and stood firmly on the 30th step of the wind comprehension stairs. 30th step. Mo Qingyun really stepped onto the 30th step of the wind comprehension stairs. However, to everyone's surprise, Mo Qingyun didn't stop after stepping onto the 30th step of the wind comprehension stairs. Instead, he continued climbing. 2 hours later, Mo Qingyun stopped again and stood firmly on the 40th step of the wind comprehension stairs. His expression was still calm. However, compared to Mo Qingyun's calmness, Ningwei and the rest on the wind comprehension platform were shocked and nervous. 40th step. Mo Qingyun really did it. He successfully stepped onto the 40th step of the wind comprehension stairs. Could it be that he... Chapter 359. Mo Qingyun lifted his foot again. Was he going to continue climbing the wind enlightenment stairs? Seeing Mo Qingyun's action, everyone trembled and looked at Mo Qingyun in shock. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's actions were truly beyond their expectations. Could it be that Ningwei's previous estimation of Mo Qingyun was not Mo Qingyun's limit? Just like that, under everyone's gaze, Mo Qingyun lifted his foot and stepped on the 41st stair of the wind enlightenment stairs. Hold on. Seeing Mo Qingyun standing steadily on the 41st stair of the wind enlightenment stairs, everyone was shocked and their heartbeats quickened. Mo Qingyun had broken Ningwei's previous estimation. His limit was not just the 40th stair. He had successfully reached the 41st stair of the wind enlightenment stairs. A person at level 1 Yuan Dan realm could reach the 41st stair of the wind enlightenment stairs. This performance was unbelievable. Now, everyone was shocked by Mo Qingyun's performance. On the wind comprehension stairs, Mo Qingyun lifted his right foot and landed on the 42nd step of the wind comprehension stairs. Seeing Mo Qingyun lift his foot again, everyone immediately held their breaths and looked at Mo Qingyun nervously. Could Mo Qingyun reach the 42nd stair of the wind enlightenment stairs? At this moment, Mo Qingyun's face was filled with anticipation. Mo Qingyun once again stood steadily on the 42nd stair of the wind enlightenment stairs. Then, under everyone's gaze, Mo Qingyun slowly climbed the wind enlightenment stairs. 2 hours later, Mo Qingyun's body once again stepped on the wind enlightenment stairs and stood steadily on it. After witnessing this scene, the entire Guanfeng cliff suddenly became absolutely silent. The 50th stair. Mo Qingyun had reached the 50th stair of the wind enlightenment stairs. A kid at the first level of the origin core stage actually accomplished this. It was too unbelievable. Senior Ningwei. He has reached the 50th stair of the wind enlightenment stairs. Lan Ao's face was full of shock. His face was full of disbelief as he uttered a shocking sentence. At this moment, Ningwei's face was also filled with shock. He asked Lan Ao, who was beside him, "Lan Ao, do you still remember the highest record of Yuan Dan's cultivation in the Wind Hall?" Hearing Ningwei's words, Lan Ao pondered for a moment before replying, "It seems to be the 67th layer. The person who set this record is the current Soaring Dragon Academy's Elder Ing Feng. 67 layers." Ningwei silently repeated this number, his expression becoming more serious as he looked at Mo Qingyun on the wind comprehension stairs. At this moment, when Ningwei looked at Mo Qingyun, Lan Ao's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Ningwei in shock and said, "Senior brother Ningwei, you mean?" Seeing Lan Ao's expression, Ningwei nodded and didn't say anything more. Hearing Ning Wei's expression, Lan Ao immediately became nervous and looked at Mo Qingyun on the wind comprehension stairs. Would Mo Qingyun be able to break Elder Ing Feng's record? Following this, everyone silently looked at Mo Qingyun as he slowly ascended the wind comprehension stairs. Several hours later, just as everyone was looking at Mo Qingyun with numb expressions, Ning Wei's body suddenly trembled and his expression began to twitch. The 68th layer. Mo Qingyun had successfully stepped onto the 68th layer of the wind comprehension stairs. In other words, the Dayan province's many years old record had been broken by Mo Qingyun at this moment. He actually did it. Ning Wei's face was filled with shock. A strong feeling rose in his heart as he sighed. I didn't think that we would all be wrong this time. This kid isn't an ordinary person. Yeah, this kid's performance is too shocking. Lan Ao also had a bitter smile on her face as she sighed her heart. I really didn't think that such a monster would appear in this year's grand examination. Letting out a sigh, Lan Ao and Ning Wei once again looked at Mo Qingyun and continued to watch Mo Qingyun climb the wind comprehension stairs. An hour later, on the wind comprehension stairs, Mo Qingyun stopped moving forward and sat cross-legged on the wind comprehension stairs. This meant that Mo Qingyun had reached his limit and could no longer move forward. 72 layers. Mo Qingyun's limit was 72 layers. Yuan Dan Realm First Layer had stepped onto the 72nd layer of the wind comprehension stairs. This kind of result, although it couldn't be said that no one would be able to do it in the future, it was at least unprecedented. 72 layers. Is this the kid's limit? Knowing this result, Ning Wei had a bitter smile on his face as he felt a strong sense of self-mockery. What was laughable was that when he first saw Mo Qingyun, he actually thought that Mo Qingyun would only be able to reach the 40th layer. No wonder this kid can enter the wind cliff with only Yuan Dan Realm First Layer cultivation base. What a freak. Compared to Ning Wei's self-mockery, Lan Ao felt a little ashamed and his face flushed. With Yuan Dan Realm 6th Layer cultivation base, his comprehension of wind profundity was actually far from Mo Qingyun's. At this moment, while Ning Wei and the others were still in shock, outside the wind cliff in a palace. At this moment, everyone in the main hall also had a shocked expression on their faces. 72 layers. Mo Qingyun is really monstrous. No wonder he told us to pay attention to him. Yuan Dan Realm First Layer cultivation base has stepped onto the 70th layer of the wind comprehension stairs. Doesn't this mean that his wind profundity has reached the 7th layer? I have to report this news to the temple master immediately. Everyone in the palace sighed as one of the elders quickly left the palace. Wind Palace, in the temple master's main hall. At this moment, while Lin Tang and the others were talking, a technique imparting teacher quickly walked into the main hall with a shocked expression. Tang Zhen greets the temple master and the elders. The technique imparting teacher walked into the main hall and respectfully bowed to Lin Tang and the others. Teacher Tang Zhen, there's no need to be so courteous. Seeing Tang Zhen's actions, Lin Tang waved his hand with a faint smile and asked, Teacher Tang Zhen, why are you here? As soon as he heard Lin Tang's question, Tang Zhen's expression immediately became excited as he responded, replying, Hall Master, just now the Earth class students reported to me that Mo Qingyun came to the Earth class not long ago. Because of Long Hanyan, he and Lung Yao had a quarrel, and finally the two of them fought outside the Earth class. Mo Qingyun fought with Lung Yang because of Long Hanyan. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Lin Tang's expression immediately shook, and he asked with a nervous expression, Lung Yang fought with Mo Qingyun. Is Mo Qingyun injured? Mo Qingyun was the Wind Palace's treasure. If he was injured because of this, it wouldn't be good. Mo Qingyun is injured? Hearing Lin Tang's question, Tang Zhen bitterly smiled and shook his head, not knowing what to say. Seeing Tang Zhen's bitter smile, Lin Tang's expression became more serious, and he hurriedly asked, Teacher Tang Zhen, is Mo Qingyun's injury very serious? Very serious injury? Hearing Lin Tang's words, the bitter smile on Tang Zhen's face became even more intense, and he became even more depressed. Seeing Tang Zhen's expression, Lin Tang's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "This Lung Yang is really bold. Does he really think that I don't dare to teach him a lesson just because he's a direct descendant of the Lung family?" At this moment, Lin Tang's body emitted a cold aura when he said this. Seeing Lin Tang's behavior, Lin Shi immediately frowned and advised, "Big brother, don't get agitated. Let teacher Tang Zhen finish speaking." Hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Tang's expression improved a little. He looked at Tang Zhen and said, "Teacher Tang Zhen, tell me exactly what happened. Don't leave out anything." "Yes, Palace Master." Tang Zhen respectfully responded and said, "According to the student who reported to me, the truth was that Lung Yang did not injure Mo Qingyun. Instead, it was Mo Qingyun who injured Lung Yang. During the fight, Mo Qingyun even displayed the 8th level of the esoteric fire." 8th level of the esoteric fire. When Tang Zhen's words left his mouth, Lin Tang and the others were immediately stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Mo Qingyun's esoteric fire had actually reached the 8th level. This was too shocking. One had to know that Mo Qingyun's current cultivation was only at the 1st level of the Yuan Dan realm. A 1st-level Yuan Dan realm cultivator comprehending the 8th level of the esoteric fire. In the entire history of Dian Province, this had probably never happened before. 8th level of the esoteric fire. How'd this kid do it? Lin Tang revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He couldn't calm down for a long time. This news was too unexpected for him. Not only Lin Tang, but Lin Shi and the others were also shocked. They were extremely surprised by this result. "Big brother, with Mo Qingyun's esoteric fire, shouldn't we let him come to the Wind Hall?" At this moment, Lin Shi revealed a guilty expression as she spoke to Lin Tang. In her opinion, with Mo Qingyun's talent in cultivating the power of fire, coming to the Wind Hall was like casting pearls before swine. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Tang frowned. He felt that Lin Shi's words made sense. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, while Lin Tang and the others were silent, a figure hurriedly walked into the hall. "Hall Master, this old man has something to report." As soon as this figure walked into the hall, he revealed an excited expression and reported to Lin Tang. "Elder Wu Xuanyi, what do you have to report?" Hearing this elder's words, Lin Tang was slightly stunned. He exclaimed, "Could it be that Mo Qingyun has entered the Wind Cliff?" Wu Xuanyi was the elder in charge of the Wind Cliff. Previously, Lin Tang had instructed him to pay attention to Mo Qingyun's situation. If Mo Qingyun had entered the Wind Cliff, he was to report to him. In Lin Tang's opinion, this should be the reason why Wu Xuanyi had come. "Yes." Wu Xuanyi nodded in response. He said in an excited tone, "Hall Master, as soon as Mo Qingyun entered the Wind Cliff, he began to climb the Wind Comprehension Stairs. Not long ago, he reached the 72nd step of the Wind Comprehension Stairs." 72nd step. Hearing Wu Xuanyi's words, the hall fell silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open as they felt disbelief. This news was simply too unbelievable to them. Mo Qingyun had reached the 72nd step of the Wind Comprehension Stairs. Didn't this mean that his esoteric fire had reached the 7th level? More importantly, Mo Qingyun's esoteric fire had reached the 8th level. Chapter 360. 72 Wind Stairs of Enlightenment. Lin Tang was stunned when he heard that. Then, he became excited and laughed out loud. Good lad. You can't be judged by an ordinary person. Unknowingly, you have comprehended the wind ultimacy to the 7th level. This time I was wrong." Lin Shi smiled and sighed. Her tone was a little excited as she said, "In that case, his cultivation of the power of wind doesn't seem to be inferior to his cultivation of the power of fire. He is really a genius. Yes, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there is such a talented person in the world. It seems that there is no doubt about who will be the first in the battle of the newcomer king in 10 months. The elders at the side all revealed excited expressions as they spoke words of relief. "You are wrong. At that moment, Lin Tang was overjoyed. He said, "With this lad's talent, not only will he be the first in the battle of the newcomer king, as long as he enters any cohort, he will be the first in that cohort." Hearing Lin Tang's words, everyone's expression changed. They immediately understood what Lin Tang meant. With Mo Qingyun's ultimacy and his powerful martial soul, no one in the same cohort could compare to him. Elder Wu Shuani, bring us to Wind Observation Hall. After calming himself down, Lin Tang instructed Wu Shuani and walked out of the hall. After a while, Lin Tang and the rest arrived at Wind Observation Hall under Wu Shuani's lead. As soon as Lin Tang arrived at Guanfeng Hall, he lifted his head and looked at the huge light screen. On the light screen, the situation of Mo Qingyun and the others in Wind Viewing Cliff was displayed without missing a single detail. When Lin Tang and the others looked at the screen of light, doubt immediately appeared on their faces, and they felt puzzled. Wasn't Mo Qingyun at the 72nd level? Why didn't they see Mo Qingyun on the 72nd Wind Stairway of Comprehension? After discovering this, Lin Tang revealed a puzzled expression. He asked Wu Shuani, "Elder Wu Shuani, didn't you just say that Mo Qingyun reached the 72nd level of the Wind Stairway of Comprehension? Why don't I see him now?" Hearing Lin Tang's words, Wu Shuani was embarrassed. He didn't know how to respond. Because he didn't see Mo Qingyun's figure on the 72nd Stairway of Enlightenment. At that moment, when Wu Shuani was at a loss for words, a young man in Wind Observation Hall said excitedly, "Hall Master, Mo Qingyun climbed 5 levels. He is now at the 77th level." 77th level. Hearing the young man's words, Lin Tang and the others were shocked. They looked up at the 77th Wind Stairway of Comprehension. Soon, they saw a familiar figure on the 77th step of the Wind Stairway of Comprehension. It was Mo Qingyun. Seeing Mo Qingyun on the 77th Wind Staircase of Comprehension, Lin Tang and the others instantly became excited. It would appear that Mo Qingyun's wind profundity had not just entered the 7th level. Instead, he had entered it long ago. If this continues, it won't be long before this kid's wind ultimacy will enter the 8th level. After watching the scene on the light screen, Lin Tang's face revealed a gratified smile, and he looked at Mo Qingyun with even more satisfaction. If I'm not wrong, his wind ultimacy will reach perfection before he reaches the intermediate level of Yuan Dan. She was also shocked. He couldn't help but sigh. He had never seen Mo Qingyun's talent. Elder Wu Shuani, go to the Wind Cliff immediately and warn the disciples there. After a short moment of silence, Lin Tang's expression turned solemn as he said to Wu Shuani, "Tell them not to make any noise about Mo Qingyun's performance on the Wind Comprehension Stairs. Otherwise, they will be severely punished." "Yes, Palace Master." Hearing Lin Tang's order, Wu Shuani didn't dare to hesitate and immediately went to Wind Observation Cliff. Lin Tang and the rest stayed in Wind Observation Hall to observe Mo Qingyun's cultivation progress. At this moment, in a courtyard of Earth Palace, a rough young man walked out of the small house with a cold expression. His body emitted a domineering aura. This young man was Liu Yangsong's elder brother, Liu Yanjun, who was ranked 19th on the Earth list. He who had been cultivating all this time finally came out of seclusion. However, Liu Yanjun's cultivation hadn't broken through to the 7th level of Yuan Dan. Instead, it was at the quasi-Yuan Dan 7th level. "Brother Liu, congratulations on reaching the advanced quasi-Yuan Dan level." At this time, when Liu Yanjun walked out of the small house, a cold and arrogant young man in the small courtyard congratulated him. "It's just the quasi-Yuan Dan 7th level. There's nothing to congratulate me about." Liu Yanjun responded indifferently to the former's congratulatory words. He said impatiently, "Lung Yang, tell me what you're here for. Don't beat around the bush." "Haha, it's nothing important. I'm just here to see how Brother Liu is doing." Lung Yang smiled faintly. A trace of hypocrisy flashed in his eyes as he greeted Liu Yanjun. "There's nothing good about it. I'm just cultivating and improving my cultivation. Lu Yanjun's tone was still cold as he replied to Lung Yang. He said impatiently, Lung Yang, if you're just here to say these words, I don't have time to accompany you. Leave. As soon as Lu Yanjun's words fell, he made an inviting gesture, ordering Lung Yao to leave. Brother Lu, don't be impatient. Please listen to me. Seeing Lu Yanjun's actions, Lung Yang smiled faintly and said, Brother Lu, you should know that while you were in seclusion, Brother Lu Yangsong had an accident. His cultivation was destroyed by a kid. What? My second brother's cultivation was destroyed by someone? Hearing Lung Yang's words, Lu Yanjun was shocked. His face darkened, and he said angrily, Tell me, who destroyed my second brother's cultivation? Seeing Lu Yanjun's expression, Lung Yang smiled coldly and said, Brother Lu, don't be too impulsive. That kid's identity is not simple. I advise you to swallow your anger. Tell me, who destroyed my second brother's cultivation? Hearing Lung Yang's words, Lu Yanjun immediately gnashed his teeth. He urged Lung Yang and said malevolently, I don't care who he is. Since he dared to destroy my second brother, I, Lu Yanjun, will make him regret being born into this world. Seeing Lu Yanjun's expression, Lung Yang's eyes flashed with coldness. He smiled coldly, pleased with himself, and said, His name is Mo Qingyun, the champion of this year's grand examination. It's said that he has the strength to fight against an advanced Yuan Dan. Brother Lu, if you want revenge, you'll have to think twice. Oomph. A kid who just entered the academy. How strong can he be? Lu Yanjun said disdainfully. His face darkened as he stood up and left the courtyard. Seeing Lu Yanjun's actions, Lung Yang immediately revealed a sinister smile and said proudly, Mo Qingyun, since you dare to oppose me, I'll let you experience my methods. Immediately after, Lung Yang and Lu Yanjun went to the Wind Hall's human class, wanted to find Mo Qingyun for revenge. Bang! The door to the Wind Hall's human class was forcefully kicked open by Lu Yanjun's foot. Opening the door to the Wind Hall's human class, Lu Yanjun's cold gaze swept over the Wind Hall's human class, searching for Mo Qingyun's figure. After sweeping his gaze, Lung Yang's expression became somewhat unsightly. He grabbed a student and said coldly, Where's Mo Qingyun? Where did he go? Hearing Lung Yang's cold words, the student's face instantly paled. He said with a frightened expression, Senior, Mo Qingyun hasn't come to class for a few days. We don't know where he went. Oomph. He's actually hiding. Hearing the student's reply, Lu Yanjun coldly snorted and revealed a sinister expression. Mo Qingyun, even if you can hide for a few days, you won't be able to hide forever. I don't believe that you'll never come out. Mo Qingyun hasn't come to the academy for a few days? Hearing the student's reply, Lung Yang's eyes narrowed and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He said to Lu Yanjun, Brother Lu, I have a method that can help you force Mo Qingyun out. I wonder if you're willing to give it a try? What method? Hearing Lung Yang's words, Lu Yanjun's face darkened as he asked Lung Yang. Hearing Lu Yanjun's question, the corners of Lung Yang's mouth curled, and he coldly smiled. I heard that Mo Qingyun has a few good friends who entered Dian Province with him in this year's grand examination. If Brother Lu wants to force Mo Qingyun out, perhaps you can start with them? You mean to say? Hearing Lung Yang's words, Lu Yanjun's eyes immediately lit up as he understood Lung Yang's meaning. That's right. Lung Yang smiled sinisterly, revealing a sinister smile, and said, Of course, there are a few people that you can't touch. First, there's Long Yuqian. He's the young master of the Long clan. He's not someone you can touch. There's also Lu Fangliang and Ling Luo. They're both from the 10 Great Kingdoms and are vassals of the Imperial Yi clan. You can't touch them rashly either. I can't touch any of them. Why are you talking nonsense with me? Hearing Lung Yang's words, Lu Yanjun's face was filled with displeasure as he spoke to Lung Yang. Brother Lu, don't be impatient. Let me finish. Lung Yang smiled faintly as he waved his hand to signal Lu Yanjun to calm down. He continued, I heard that Mo Qingyun is extremely lecherous. The remaining two of his good friends are both charming beauties. If you touch them, Mo Qingyun will definitely be very sad. These two girls, one of them is called Ruo Shui, who cultivates in the ice hall. The other one is called Wang Zishu, who's in the pill hall. Lung Yang revealed the identities of the two girls. Then, revealing a sinister smile, he analyzed to Lu Yanjun. However, I suggest you make a move on Wang Zishu. That's because Wang Zishu has a grade 13 martial spirit. If you touch her, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Even your Lu clan won't be able to deal with the aftermath. Lu Yanjun wasn't a fool. After hearing Lung Yang's words, he quickly understood the stakes involved. Chapter 361. Lu Yanjun and Lung Yang parted ways. Without hesitation, Lu Yanjun headed straight for the Ice Palace. Lu Yanjun is too rash. I'd better follow him in case I'm careless. Seeing Lu Yanjun's actions, Lung Yang sneered and quietly followed behind Lu Yanjun. After a while, Lu Yanjun arrived at the Ice Palace. Junior sister, do you know where junior sister Ruoshui lives? Arriving at the Ice Palace, Lu Yanjun found a female student and inquired about Ruoshui's residence. Senior brother, are you also one of junior sister Ruoshui's admirers? Hearing Lu Yanjun's words, the female student from the Ice Palace giggled and pointed to a row of quiet courtyards in front of them. Senior brother, follow this path. The one with the most people outside the courtyard is where junior sister Ruoshui lives. In the female student's opinion, Lu Yanjun must be someone who admired Ruoshui and had come to ask about Ruoshui's residence. Admirer. The corners of Lu Yanjun's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Then, he walked directly to the row of courtyards. You didn't even say thank you. How rude. It's best if you don't even see junior sister Ruoshui. Seeing Lu Yanjun's attitude, the female student from the Ice Palace was displeased and spoke with dissatisfaction. After a while, a courtyard full of people appeared in front of Lu Yanjun. At this moment, there were many luxuriously dressed young men outside the courtyard. They seemed to be waiting for Ruoshui to come out. It seemed like they were all Ruoshui's admirers. Glancing at the crowd before him, Lu Yanjun did not waste any time and walked directly into the courtyard. Boy, stop right there. Seeing Lu Yanjun's actions, the crowd outside the courtyard was displeased and scolded Lu Yanjun. Then, one of them walked out from the crowd and looked at Lu Yanjun arrogantly. Boy, if you want to see Miss Ruoshui, go to the back and line up. You're courting death. Hearing the man's words, Lu Yanjun's face darkened and sent the man flying with a punch. Bang! Under Lu Yanjun's punch, this person who only had a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage practically didn't have the strength to resist before being blasted flying. Puff! That person coughed up blood and his face paled as he looked at Lu Yanjun in terror. Seeing Lu Yanjun's action, the others at the side were also shocked, and their bodies unconsciously retreated. Lu Yanjun's strength was terrifying. Senior brother, it's a fair competition. Don't you think you're going overboard by doing this? After a brief moment of fear, these people mustered up their courage and complained to Lu Yanjun. Lu Yanjun ignored everyone's reaction and directly walked into the small courtyard. Seeing Lu Yanjun's actions, the people outside the small courtyard immediately looked at each other, hesitating whether they should also enter the small courtyard. While everyone was hesitating, Lu Yanjun walked into the small courtyard and saw a beautiful girl in blue clothes. This young girl was Ruo Shui, who had come to the Ice Palace. Ruo Shui's current cultivation had already reached the mid-2nd level of the Yuan dance stage. Who are you? Seeing Lu Yanjun appear in the small courtyard, Ruo Shui's brows furrowed slightly. She revealed a displeased expression and said coldly, You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. Leave? Hearing Ruo Shui's words, Lu Yanjun revealed a cold expression. He looked at Ruo Shui and sneered, Originally, I couldn't bear to kill such a beautiful girl like you. However, I met someone I shouldn't have met. Landslide and Earthrend. After Lu Yanjun finished speaking, He didn't say anything more to Ruo Shui and directly threw a punch at her. Under Lu Yanjun's punch, shocking rock fish shadows instantly exploded under Ruo Shui's feet, giving off a terrifying aura. Ice seal. Facing Lu Yanjun's attack, Ruo Shui's expression turned cold. She didn't dare to hesitate and immediately counterattacked. With a swing of her sword, an icy blue sword radiance suddenly burst out and swept forward. Wherever the icy blue sword radiance passed, it immediately turned snow-white and condensed into a thick layer of ice. Bang! The rock fist shadows hit the icy blue sword radiance and immediately exploded it, giving off a crisp sound. After destroying the icy blue sword radiance, the rock fist radiance's attack didn't weaken at all and continued to crush Ruo Shui. Then, Ruo Shui was engulfed by the rock fist radiance and received a powerful attack. Poorwork. Ruo Shui fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face became somewhat pale, and her expression became even colder. Soul transformation. Immediately, Ruo Shui didn't hesitate anymore and completed the soul transformation in an instant, transforming into a huge, colorful butterfly. However, Ruo Shui didn't continue to exchange blows with Lu Yanjun. Instead, she turned around and flew out of the small courtyard. The difference between her and Lu Yanjun's cultivation was too great. Continuing to exchange blows would be disadvantageous to her. It was better to leave first. You can't escape. Seeing Ruo Shui transforming into a colorful butterfly and preparing to escape, Lu Yanjun's face fell and chased closely. Rock Dragon descending from a sky. In hot pursuit, Lu Yanjun threw a punch at Ruo Shui again. A gray essence force storm burst out from his fist. Once this essence force storm blasted out, it transformed into a rock dragon and chased after Ruo Shui with extreme speed. Bang! Facing Lu Yanjun's attack this time, one of the wings of Ruo Shui, who transformed into a colorful butterfly, was injured again. With her wings injured, Ruo Shui's body became unstable and fell from midair. At this time, Lu Yanjun and Ruo Shui's exchange attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Seeing this scene, the crowd outside Ruo Shui's house was instantly enraged. Bastard! How dare you attack Miss Ruo Shui? I'm going to cripple you. This is too much. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. I'm going to fight it out with you. Bastard, it's fine if you hit me, but you can't touch Miss Ruo Shui. You've gone too far. In an instant, Ruo Shui's admirers rushed towards Lu Yanjun as if they were injected with chicken blood. Get lost. Looking at the crowd rushing towards him, Lu Yanjun's face fell. With a gloomy face, he threw a punch at them. Bang, bang, bang. These people's cultivation wasn't very strong. Basically, they were around Yuan Dan Stage 3. Facing Lu Yanjun's attack, they were immediately sent flying. Miss Ruo Shui, hurry up and leave. We'll stop him. When these people attacked Lu Yanjun, one of them didn't forget to remind Ruo Shui. Hearing these people's words, Ruo Shui gritted her teeth. Without hesitation, she got up and ran out of the ice palace. Little girl, you can't escape. At this moment, just as Ruo Shui was about to leave the ice palace, a cold voice entered her ears. Underworld poisonous blood palm. Following that, Ruo Shui saw a purple palm shadow carrying a terrifying poisonous gas, fiercely smashing towards her back. Ruo Shui was in a severely injured state. Moreover, the person who attacked her had a cultivation level that was far higher than hers. Before she could react, the purple poisonous palm hit her back forcefully and sent her flying. Fortunately, I caught up. Otherwise, this opportunity would have failed. In this case, Mo Qingyun would probably go crazy. Ha! After sending Ruo Shui flying with a palm, the person moved and quickly left the place. When the person left, Lu Yanjun had already severely injured all those who were blocking his way and sent them flying to the side. After dealing with those who were blocking his way, Lu Yanjun's face was gloomy as he continued to walk towards Ruo Shui. Who dares to cause trouble in the ice palace? At this moment, when Liu Yanjun was walking towards Ruo Shui, a terrifying aura came from midair. Then, the crowd saw several figures flying towards them at high speed. They were the Ice Palace's elders and training instructors. "Oof, you're lucky." Seeing the crowd arriving, Liu Yanjun said coldly and quickly left the place. Ruo Shui. When the elders and teachers of the Ice Palace saw the severely injured Ruo Shui, they said nervously, "Oh no, this is the underworld poisonous blood palm." Luckily, the person who attacked her didn't have a high cultivation level. She can still be saved. Everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's send Ruo Shui to the Pill Palace. At this moment, another elder of the Pill Palace urged the crowd with a solemn expression. He then said, "Teacher Songlan, you stay here and take care of the injured students." Then, the crowd sent Ruo Shui to the Pill Palace and asked the elders to save her. In the Wind Observation Hall, Lin Tang and the others stayed here and observed Mo Qingyun's cultivation on the Wind Comprehension Stairs through the light screen. At this moment, when the crowd was paying attention to Mo Qingyun's cultivation progress, Mo Qingyun stood up on the Wind Comprehension Stairs. After Mo Qingyun stood up, he took a step forward and stepped onto the Wind Comprehension Stairs that was one step higher. Then, Mo Qingyun stood up and walked up the Wind Comprehension Stairs steadily. He took another step forward, the 80th step of the Wind Comprehension Stairs. Mo Qingyun stepped onto the 80th step of the Wind Comprehension Stairs. At this moment, he broke his record again. Moreover, this wasn't his limit. From the looks of it, he still had hope to continue climbing up. Stepping onto the 80th step of the Wind Comprehension Stairs meant that Mo Qingyun's Wind Profound Meaning was only one step away from the 8th level. After stepping onto the 80th step of the Wind Comprehension Stairs, Mo Qingyun sat down with his legs crossed and started to comprehend the Wind Profound Meaning. The 80th step of the Wind Comprehension Stairs. Seeing Mo Qingyun's performance on the light screen, Lin Tang's face lit up with joy. His expression was a little excited as he said, "Just one more step and this kid's Wind Profound will reach the 8th level." Can he do it? The higher the level of the profound meaning, the harder it was to increase it. It was especially difficult to increase the level of the profound meaning. Then, Lin Tang and the others looked nervous as they continued to check on Mo Qingyun's progress in the Wind Observation Hall. 5 days later, Mo Qingyun, who was cultivating, stood up again and looked at the higher Wind Comprehension Stairs with determination. Seeing Mo Qingyun's action, the expressions of the people in Guanfeng Hall immediately froze, and they became a little nervous. Mo Qingyun was going to continue climbing the Wind Comprehension Stairs. Just like that, Mo Qingyun took another step forward under the gazes of everyone. Immediately after, Mo Qingyun leaped up and directly stepped onto the 81st step of the Wind Stairway of Enlightenment. This meant that Mo Qingyun's Wind Profound Meaning had reached the 8th level. He did it. Chapter 362. After a short while, the elders of the Ice Palace brought Ruo Shui to the residence of an elder of the Pill Palace. As soon as they arrived, they asked the elder for help, begging her to save Ruo Shui. After a short while, a Heaven Star Border Realm Level 1 elder came to Ruo Shui's side. The elder walked to Ruo Shui's side and tried to save her, stabilizing her injuries and dispelling the poison in her body. Under the elder's treatment, drops of purple poisonous blood flowed out from Ruo Shui's fingers. This is troublesome. This girl's physique is cold, and it's the same attribute as the underworld poisonous blood palm. After a short while, the elder frowned and her face turned serious. She said in a deep voice, "During this period of time, a part of the poison has entered her bloodline and merged with it. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to expel the poison completely. Elder Xinyi, don't you have a way?" Hearing the elder's words, an elder of the Ice Palace frowned and asked nervously, "Elder Wu Qing, the poison has merged with her bloodline. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert won't be able to expel it. Elder Xian, Yi had a difficult expression on her face. She frowned and said in a deep voice, "Currently, I can only stabilize the spread of her poison. However, if I want to remove the poison from her body, I will need the Purity Ice Jade Pill refined from the Thousand-Year Ice Lotus." Thousand-Year Frost Lotus. Hearing Elder Xian Ye's words, everyone of the Ice Palace was stunned. Their expressions turned serious. The Thousand-Year Frost Lotus was a treasure that was extremely rare even in the region, let alone the Great Yan Dynasty. If that was the case, it would be too difficult to save Ruo Shui. What should we do? Wu Qing's face was filled with nervousness. He said anxiously to an elder of the Ice Temple, "Elder Wu Xiang, go and find out who injured Ruo Shui." "Yes, Elder Wu Qing." Hearing Wu Qing's words, Wu Xiang nodded and immediately left. After instructing Wu Xiang, Elder Wu Qing revealed a pleading expression and said to Elder Xianyi, "Elder Xianyi, please help stabilize Ruo Shui's injuries. I will first return to the Ice Hall to report to Vice Hall, Master Ruo Shui Yunxia." Then, Wu Qing and the others left the Pill Palace and returned to the Ice Palace to report to the Deputy Palace Master. "All right," Xianyi replied to Wu Qing and instructed a disciple at the side. "By phone, go and find Zishu. With the help of her Tree of Life martial spirit, it will be easier to stabilize Ruo Shui's injuries." "Yes, Master." Bai Feng nodded and left the main hall to invite Wang Zishu over. Zishu's master. After a short moment, Wang Zishu arrived at the hall and bowed to Xianyi. Seeing Wang Zishu's arrival, Xianyi revealed a happy expression. She waved at Wang Zishu and said, "Zishu, summon your Tree of Life martial spirit and help me suppress the poison in this disciple's body." "Yes, Master." Wang Zishu responded and walked towards Ruo Shui. "Ruo Shui, she's injured." Wang Zishu walked to Ruo Shui's side. After seeing Ruo Shui's appearance, she was shocked. She never thought that Ruo Shui would be the one who was injured. Then, Wang Zishu and Xianyi suppressed the poison in Ruo Shui's body to prevent it from spreading. A few hours later, Wang Zishu and Elder Xianyi stopped their actions. The poison in Ruo Shui's body was finally suppressed by them. "Master, I need to leave the Pill Palace for a while." After suppressing the poison in Ruo Shui's body, Wang Zishu no longer hesitated. She prepared to tell Mo Qingyun and the others that Wang Zishu was injured. "Let your senior sister Bai Feng follow you. If anything happens, she can help you deal with it." Hearing Wang Zishu's words, Xianyi said to Wang Zishu out of concern. She then said to Bai Feng, "Follow Zishu to prevent anyone from disturbing her." "Thank you, Master. I'll take my leave." Seeing Xianyi's arrangement, Wang Zishu thanked her and left the Pill Palace with Bai Feng. They went to the Wind Palace to find Mo Qingyun. An hour later, Wang Zishu and Xianyi arrived at the Wind Palace's human class. "Senior brother, do you know where Mo Qingyun is?" Wang Zishu arrived at the human class. Seeing that Mo Qingyun wasn't in the class, she asked the student, Junior sister, I don't know where Mo Qingyun is. I'm really sorry." Hearing Wang Zishu's words, the student's expression immediately became emotional, and he replied nervously, "Thank you, senior brother." Hearing his words, Wang Zishu revealed a trace of disappointment. She thanked him and said to Bai Feng, "Senior sister, let's go." "Okay." Bai Feng nodded and followed Wang Zishu out of the Wind Hall's human class. She joked, "Junior sister Zishu, your charm is really great." When that silly boy heard your words, he immediately became so nervous that he couldn't even speak. Of course. Hearing Bai Feng's words, Wang Zishu blushed and felt a little embarrassed. At the moment when Wang Zishu and Bai Feng were talking, Yi Weio hurriedly rushed over with a nervous expression. As Yi Weio approached, she quickly saw Wang Zishu and Xianyi. Yi Weio quickly walked over and asked, "Zishu, how are Ruo Shui's injuries? Where's junior brother Mo?" "Ruo Shui's injuries are very serious. If she wants to recover, she must find 1,000-year frost lotus and refine the ice dew golden pill." Wang Zishu replied to Yi Weio and revealed a disappointed expression. She continued, Qingyun isn't in the class. I asked the students in the class, but they don't know where Qingyun is either. Why did that boy disappear at this time? Hearing Wang Zishu's words, Yi Wuyo revealed an anxious expression and said unhappily, That's right. I heard that the person who injured Ruoshui was Lu Yanjun from the Earth Palace. He did this to take revenge on Mo Qingyun for crippling Lu Yongsong. I'm worried that he will attack Long Yutian and the rest. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's go find Yutian and the rest immediately. Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Wang Zishu immediately revealed a worried expression and urged Yi Wuyo. Then, Yi Wuyo and the rest found Long Yutian and the rest. To their relief, Long Yutian and the rest were not injured. Zishu, how are Miss Ruoshui's injuries? Long Yutian revealed a concerned expression and asked Wang Zishu about Ruoshui's injuries. My master suppressed the poison in Ruoshui's body. Her life is not in danger for now. Wang Zishu replied to Long Yutian with a serious expression. She continued, However, to completely neutralize the poison in her body, we must find 1,000-year frost lotus. Otherwise, Ruoshui will continue to be in a deep sleep. 1,000-year frost lotus. Hearing Wang Zishu's words, Yi Wuyo and the rest's expressions instantly turned serious. The 1,000-year frost lotus was not easy to obtain. At least, it rarely appeared in the Great Yin dynasty. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts instantly sank, and they all fell silent. After a short period of silence, Long Yutian revealed a puzzled expression and asked Wang Zishu and the rest, Where's Qingyun? Why don't I see him? We just went to the Wind Hall's Earth class and did not find him. Later on, we went to the Tianyan mansion and did not see him either, Wang Zishu replied. At this moment, while Wang Zishu was speaking, Yi Wuyo's eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, That's right, Hanyan is also in the Wind Hall. She might know where Qingyun went. Let's go ask her now. Then, everyone went to find Long Hanyan and asked about Mo Qingyun. Soon, under Yi Wuyo's lead, everyone arrived at the Wind Hall's Earth class and found Long Hanyan. After finding Long Hanyan, Yi Wuyo did not beat around the bush and directly asked, Hanyan, do you know where junior brother Mo is? Seeing the arrival of Yi Wuyo and the rest, Long Hanyan revealed a surprised expression and replied, Qingyun went to the Wind Cliff? Why are you looking for him? Wind Cliff. Hearing Long Hanyan's words, Yi Wuyo immediately frowned and his expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, so he went to the Wind Cliff to cultivate. No wonder he didn't know about Ruoshui's injury. Ruoshui is injured? Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Long Hanyan revealed a surprised expression and asked Yi Wuyo, who attacked and injured Ruoshui? Lu Yanjun. Yi Wuyo revealed a furious expression and clenched his fists tightly. Looking at his appearance, he could not wait to teach Lu Yanjun a lesson. Lu Yanjun has come out of seclusion. Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Long Hanyan's expression suddenly changed and unconsciously revealed a trace of worry. After a brief moment of shock, Long Hanyan's expression changed and guessed a possibility. She exclaimed, In that case, Lu Yanjun injured Miss Ruoshui to take revenge on Qingyun for crippling Lu Yongsong. That's indeed the case. Long Yutian revealed a serious expression and replied to Long Hanyan. He then asked Yi Wuyo, Senior Sister Wuyo, what do we do now? Is there need to ask? Of course we go to the Wind Cliff to call the boss out and kill that Lu Yanjun. Ling Luo revealed an indignant expression and said angrily, Ling Luo, you can't. Hearing Ling Luo's words, Lu Fangliang immediately raised his hand to stop Ling Luo and said with a serious expression, Brother Mo is now cultivating in the Wind Cliff. This kind of opportunity is very rare. We can't force him out. Brother Liang, what do you think we should do now? Ling Luo asked Lu Fangliang with an unhappy expression and clenched his fists tightly. Let's not be rash for now and not disturb Brother Mo's cultivation. Lu Fangliang's face was solemn as he instructed the group. He then said, Next, we will observe Ruoshui's injuries while we search for information about the Millennium Ice Lotus. We will wait for Brother Mo to come out of the wind cliff. Then it's decided. Hearing Lu Fangliang's suggestion, Yi Wuyo and the rest nodded in agreement. They felt that Lu Fangliang's suggestion was feasible. Chapter 363. While Yi Wuyo and the others were searching for information about the Millennium Ice Lotus and waiting for Mo Qingyun's return from the Wind Cliff, within the Hidden Dragon Institute, rumors about Lu Yanjun suddenly became a hot topic. Have you heard? Yang Wanli, ranked 17th on the Earth board, was defeated by Lu Yanjun, ranked 19th. Your news is too outdated. Yesterday, Jin Peng, ranked 16th on the Earth board, was defeated by Lu Yanjun in 3 moves. Your news is also outdated. Not long ago, Yu Zhan, ranked 14th on the Earth board, was defeated by Lu Yanjun. Lu Yanjun is actually so strong. Do you think he can still defeat those who are ranked higher? With regards to Lu Yanjun's forceful challenge, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. This time, Lu Yanjun had risen up strongly. Following that, Lu Yanjun broke his own record again and again, defeating those who were ranked higher than him. 5 days later, Jiang Dan, ranked 12th on the Earth board, was challenged and defeated by Lu Yanjun. 8 days later, Cheng Hui, ranked 11th, was defeated by Lu Yanjun after 100 moves. 10 days later, Xuelin Hao, ranked 10th, was defeated by Lu Yanjun after 300 moves. Lu Yanjun defeated Xuelin Hao, ranked 10th on the Earth board, and his reputation rose again. In this period of time, he instantly became the most famous person in the Hidden Dragon Academy. Have you heard? Lu Yanjun defeated Xuelin Hao, ranked 10th on the Earth board. I heard that Lu Yanjun is preparing to challenge Lan Ao, ranked 9th, in 2 days. Lan Ao seems to be very strong. Can Lu Yanjun defeat him? Suddenly, Lu Yanjun became the focus of everyone's discussion. Another 5 days later, while everyone was anxiously waiting for Lu Yanjun and Lan Ao's battle, a piece of shocking news spread to everyone's ears. Lan Ao, ranked 9th on the Earth board, was cultivating in the Wind Cliff and could not accept Lu Yanjun's challenge. Therefore, Lu Yanjun directly challenged He Jiu, who was ranked 8th, and successfully defeated her. In other words, Lu Yanjun's true strength was ranked 8th on the Earth board. As soon as this explosive news came out, Lu Yanjun's reputation within the Hidden Dragon Institute once again rose to a new height. Big news, big news. Lu Yanjun has defeated He Jiu, who is ranked 8th on the Earth ranking. We've long known about this. Furthermore, I've also heard that the Earth Palace's Vice Palace Master has already accepted Lu Yanjun as his personal disciple. Are you serious? If that's the case, wouldn't Lu Yanjun soar to the sky in one go? At that moment, everyone was filled with envy, jealousy, and respect toward Lu Yanjun. At this moment, while everyone was discussing Lu Yanjun in the side mansion of the Tianya Mansion, today, after Yi Wuyo heard the latest rumors about Lu Yanjun, he came to the side mansion of the Tianyan Mansion with a heavy expression. With Lu Yanjun's current reputation, it would be even more difficult to take care of him and avenge Ruoshui. Seeing Yi Wuyo's gloomy expression and listless approach, Long Yutian and the others hurriedly asked, "Senior Sister Wuyo, what's wrong?" Sigh. Hearing everyone's question, Yi Wuyo sighed and said in a heavy tone, "Earlier in the academy, I heard that He Jiu, who is ranked 8th on the Earth ranking, has already been defeated by Lu Yanjun." Yi Wuyo paused and calmed his emotions before continuing. "Furthermore, I've also received news that the Earth Palace's Vice Palace Master has already accepted Lu Yanjun as his personal disciple. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to avenge Ruoshui in the future. Senior Sister Wuyo, the Lu clan is only a first-rate force in Flame City. Ruoshui is the Ice Palace's Vice Palace Master's disciple. Can't she deal with Lu Yanjun?" At this moment, Ling Luo had a puzzled expression as he spoke. "It's not as simple as you think. If it's just the Lu clan, they naturally won't be able to protect Lu Yanjun. However, The Lung family is also involved. Yi Wuyo shook his head and revealed a helpless expression. He continued, "Furthermore, Ruoshue's clan is too weak. No one would be willing to offend a super clan and a first-rate clan for the sake of a disciple from a small clan. So the Lung family is also involved. No wonder Lu Yanjun is safe and sound. It seems like this matter isn't as simple as it seems." Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Long Yutian's expression darkened. He revealed an unwilling expression as he said, "Lu Yanjun seriously injured Ruoshue, but we can't do anything here. I'm really unwilling to accept this. Brother Long, don't be anxious. Let's wait for Brother Mo to come out of Windcliff first." Seeing Long Yutian's angry expression, Lu Fangliang's expression darkened as he consoled Long Yutian. He and Long Yutian knew Ruoshue the earliest and had the best relationship. Now that Ruoshue was in such a state, he naturally felt the most uncomfortable. Hearing Lu Fangliang's words, Long Yutian's expression improved a little. He picked up the wine bottle and took a sip before sighing, "I just don't know when Qin Yun will come out of Windcliff. Let's return to the academy first." Next, everyone chatted for a while. Yi Wuyo suggested to everyone before turning around and walking out of the Tianyan Manor. 15 minutes later, everyone returned to the Hidden Dragon Academy. However, when Yi Wuyo and the others walked into the academy, a group of arrogant-looking youths walked towards them. Seeing these people, Yi Wuyo and the others' expressions turned cold as anger appeared on their faces. At this moment, the group walking towards Yi Wuyo and the others were precisely Lu Yanjun, Lung Yang, and the others. Seeing Yi Wuyo and the others, Lung Yang revealed a cold smile. He looked at Yi Wuyo and the others and said, "Sister-in-law Wuyo, Han Yin, and everyone else, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you cut ties with Mo Qin Yun as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be implicated by Mo Qin Yun and suffer the same fate as Ruoshue." "Lin Yang, shut up." Yi Wuyo's expression darkened when he heard Lung Yang's words. He said furiously, "I'm only doing this for your own good. Since you don't appreciate it, so be it." Lung Yang curled his lips and sneered complacently as he replied to Yi Wuyo. At this moment, Lu Yanjun slowly walked out after Lung Yang's words. He said disdainfully, "Go back and tell Mo Qin Yun that he shouldn't think he'll be fine just because he hides. I'll give him 3 days. If he still doesn't appear, I'll wipe out the entire Mo clan." "Lu Yanjun, don't you dare." Long Yuqian's face immediately turned cold when he heard Lu Yanjun's words. Killing intent radiated from him. If Lu Yanjun really dared to do this, he would teach the Lu clan a lesson even if he had to risk exposing Mo Qin Yun's identity. Lu Yanjun smiled disdainfully when he saw Long Yutian's attitude. He replied, "Long Yuqian, although you're the young master of the Long clan, don't forget that your clan has already lost its power. I advise you to mind your own business so as not to cause trouble for your clan." "You." Long Yutian's face darkened when he heard Lu Yanjun's words. He was furious. This Lu Yanjun was too arrogant. He had no regard for anyone. Brother Yuqian's clan has lost its power. What about me? At this moment, as Lu Yanjun's face was filled with arrogance and complacency, Long Hanyin coldly said to him. Lu Yanjun's smile froze when he heard Long Hanyin's words. He looked fearful. Long Hanyin's position in the Long clan was extremely high. If she were to step in, there might be some trouble. Lung Yang sneered when he saw Lu Yanjun's fearful expression. He said, "Han Yin, a country bumpkin like Mo Qin Yun isn't worth it for you to do so much for him. Why don't you turn to me instead?" "You shameless." Long Han Yin was furious when she heard Lung Yang's words. She shouted coldly at Lung Yang. "Shameless? You'll realize that I'm a real man in the future." Lung Yang didn't care about Long Hanyin's scolding. He smiled faintly and said shamelessly. He turned to Lu Yanjun and said, "Brother Lu, let's go." Following that, Lung Yao and the others arrogantly walked out of the great Yin martial house with their heads held high. These guys are too arrogant. Ling Luo was furious when he saw Lung Yang and the rest walking away. He clenched his fists and was about to explode. In the wind cliff, while Liu Yanjun was in the limelight, Mo Qingyun's cultivation progress was also very fast on the wind enlightenment stairs. Mo Qingyun stepped on the 81st wind enlightenment stairs. 2 days later, Mo Qingyun, who had been cultivating all this while, slowly opened his eyes and smiled faintly as he looked at the wind comprehension stairs above him. Glancing at the wind comprehension stairs above, Mo Qingyun lifted his foot and walked up. This time, Mo Qingyun stepped on the wind enlightenment stairs 3 times in a row and directly reached the 84th step. After stepping onto the 84th step of the wind stairway of enlightenment, Mo Qingyun sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend the wind profundity. 5 days later, Mo Qingyun stood up again and climbed higher on the wind enlightenment stairs. This time, Mo Qingyun climbed up 6 steps in a row, reaching the 89th step of the wind stairway of enlightenment. 8 days later, Mo Qingyun once again exited from his cultivation and climbed up the wind comprehension staircase to set a new record. After a short while, Mo Qingyun stopped. He had already stepped on the 93rd step. This meant that his wind profundity had reached the 9th level. At the same time, Mo Qingyun sat down again and continued to comprehend the wind enlightenment. 15 days later, Mo Qingyun, who was in the midst of cultivation, opened his eyes in delight and continued climbing the remaining wind staircase of comprehension. Several hours later, Mo Qingyun stepped onto the 99th step of the wind stairway of comprehension. He was only 1 step away from reaching the top. Seeing this scene, Lin Tang and the others immediately became nervous. Their heartbeats unconsciously sped up. Could Mo Qingyun reach the top? It was a miracle that he could reach the top of the wind enlightenment stairs with a cultivation of level 1 Yuan Dan realm. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Mo Qingyun lifted his right leg again and stepped on the top of the wind enlightenment stairs. Then, he leaped and stepped on the top of the wind enlightenment stairs. He did it. Chapter 364. This kid actually did it. Seeing Mo Qingyun's performance, Lin Tang was overjoyed. He was extremely excited. Lin Tang's life was not in vain to have such a disciple. This kid is really unexpected. While Lin Tang was shocked, Elder Lin Shi and the others were also shocked. They could not believe it. They did not expect Mo Qingyun to reach the top of the wind enlightenment stairs with a cultivation of LV 1 Yuan Dan realm. Inside the wind cliff, seeing Mo Qingyun reach the top of the wind enlightenment stairs, Ningwei, Lan Ao, and the others were stunned. Originally, they thought that Mo Qingyun reaching the 30th or 40th step of the wind enlightenment stairs should be the limit. They did not expect Mo Qingyun to reach the top directly. This result was too shocking. Even Ningwei, who was the strongest among them, could not reach the top of the wind enlightenment stairs. It seemed that Mo Qingyun's wind enlightenment concept had surpassed Ningwei's. We have underestimated this kid. This guy is a monster. Ningwei had a bitter smile on his face. His tone was somewhat emotional as he sighed emotionally. It is unbelievable that this kid's talent is so monstrous. Lan Ao was also shocked. He could not calm down for a long time and sighed. At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, Mo Qingyun climbed to the top of the wind comprehension stairs and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. During this period, although Mo Qingyun did not cultivate much, his cultivation had reached the peak of LV 1 Yuan Dan realm due to his body constitution. Seeing that his cultivation had reached the peak of LV 1 Yuan Dan realm, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately started to cultivate. He was ready to break through his cultivation. Then, Mo Qingyun started to absorb the origin energy of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation. As Mo Qingyun absorbed the origin energy of heaven and earth, a origin energy storm formed around his body. It was very imposing. This brat has such a terrifying cultivation speed. Can his body withstand the crazy absorption of heaven, and earth yuan qi. After seeing this scene, everyone revealed shocked expressions and felt incomparably surprised in their hearts. Several hours later, Mo Qingyun stopped absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth and started compressing and condensing the yuan qi in his body. While condensing and compressing the yuan energy in his body, Mo Qingyun began to integrate the wind profound into his yuan energy. With the previous experience, it was much easier for Mo Qingyun to integrate the profundity of wind into his essence energy now. After several hours of hard work, Mo Qingyun finally successfully fused the profundity of wind into his essence energy. Immediately, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately condensed the second yuan dan in his dantian. Half a day later, Mo Qingyun, who was at the top of the wind enlightenment staircase, suddenly felt his aura increase by several times. Mo Qingyun's cultivation had broken through to LV2 Yuan Dan stage. After breaking through to LV2 Yuan Dan stage, Mo Qingyun did not stop cultivating and continued to stabilize his cultivation. Just like that, several hours passed before Mo Qingyun stopped cultivating and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. In less than a month after entering the wind cliff, not only had his wind profound reached LV9, but his cultivation had also broken through to LV2 Yuan Dan stage. It could be said that he had gained a lot from this trip to the wind cliff. Immediately, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and prepared to leave the wind cliff. At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was about to leave the wind cliff, he suddenly felt a wave of fluctuation from the light door martial spirit. The light door martial spirit has some fluctuations. After this discovery, Mo Qingyun sensed the changes in the light door martial spirit and checked the changes in the light door martial spirit. After a while, Mo Qingyun found that there was another mini light door martial spirit in the light door martial spirit. In other words, the light door martial spirit had another martial spirit super ability. 3 martial spirit super abilities. After this discovery, Mo Qingyun's face was immediately filled with shock and disbelief. Under normal circumstances, a martial spirit could only have 1 martial spirit super ability. His light door martial spirit originally had 2 martial spirit super abilities, which was already very incredible. He did not expect that the light door martial spirit would have another martial spirit super ability. This situation was beyond Mo Qingyun's expectation. A martial spirit that had awakened 3 martial spirit super abilities. If this news were to spread, it would probably scare people to death. I wonder what this 3rd martial spirit super ability is? Mo Qingyun thought to himself, but he did not display it immediately. After all, there are many people around. He did not want to expose this martial spirit super ability. Then, Mo Qingyun planned to continue to stay and walk down the wind comprehension stairs. Now that his wind ultimacy had reached perfection and his cultivation had also broken through, it was time to leave the wind cliff. Seeing Mo Qingyun coming down the wind comprehension stairs, Ning Wei and the others below looked at Mo Qingyun with great changes. There was no other way. With Mo Qingyun's previous performance, as long as he did not die midway, he would definitely become an existence that everyone looked up to. Then, Mo Qingyun walked out of the wind cliff under everyone's gaze. Junior brother Lan Ao, let's go. Seeing Mo Qingyun leave, Ning Wei did not want to stay any longer. He said to Lan Ao and got up to go out of the wind cliff. After a while, Mo Qingyun arrived at the wind cliff. At this moment, Lin Tang and the others had already arrived at the wind cliff. Disciple Mo Qingyun greets master and elders. Seeing Lin Tang and the others in front of him, Mo Qingyun showed respect and bowed to them. Haha, no need to be so polite. Seeing Mo Qingyun's action, Lin Tang showed a gratified smile. He waved his hand at Mo Qingyun and said with a faint smile, "You brat, you've comprehended the wind ultimacy to the 7th level, and you didn't even tell me. It's only the 7th level of ultimacy. There's nothing to be proud of." Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and replied to Lin Tang without the slightest hint of arrogance. Not arrogant nor impatient. Very good. Seeing Mo Qingyun's performance, Lin Tang smiled with satisfaction and praised Mo Qingyun again. Hall Master, the Earth Palace just sent a message saying that the Deputy Hall Master of the Earth Palace, Shun Jihong, wants to accept a personal disciple and invites you over. At this moment, while Lin Tang and the others were talking, an elder walked over and reported to Lin Tang. Shun Jihong wants to accept a personal disciple too. I wonder which brat will be so lucky. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Tang said in surprise. He turned to look at Mo Qingyun and said, Qingyun, follow me to the Earth Palace. Hearing Lin Tang's words, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly and replied, Master, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll meet you at the Earth Palace later. All right. Hearing Mo Qingyun's reply, Lin Tang nodded and did not force Mo Qingyun. He smiled faintly and said, In that case, I'll wait for you at the Earth Palace. Once you're done with your matters, go over immediately. Yes, Mo Qingyun replied, and immediately returned to the Wind Palace to look for Long Han Yin. Big brother, with this brat's performance, I'm afraid the great Yin Empire won't be able to stop him. Looking at Mo Qingyun, who was gradually walking away, Lin Shi sighed emotionally and sighed. A man's ambition is to travel far and wide. How can he be bound to one place? Hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Tang revealed a heroic expression and said in a deep voice, An eagle will always fly to the sky. I'm looking forward to how far this brat can fly. All right, let's go to the Earth Palace and see how the disciple that old brat Shun Jihong is doing. After sighing emotionally, Lin Tang instructed the few people beside him and got up to head to the Earth Palace. While Lin Tang and the others were heading to the Earth Palace, Missouri Qingyun arrived at the Wind Palace's Earth Class. After arriving at the Wind Palace's Earth Class, Mo Qingyun began to search for Long Han Yin's figure. Han Yin is actually not in the class. Could it be that she went out with senior sister Weo? Seeing that Long Han Yin was not in the Earth Class, Mo Qingyun frowned and guessed where Long Han Yin might have gone. Senior brother, why isn't Han Yin in the class? Immediately, Mo Qingyun called out to a student and asked about Long Han Yin's situation. Because Mo Qingyun had an intense battle with Lung Yang the last time he came, everyone was familiar with Mo Qingyun. This time, when the student recognized Mo Qingyun, he revealed a look of reverence and said respectfully, Junior brother, Princess Weo came once just now. Junior sister Han Yin left with her. I think she said she was going to some Tianyin Manor. Tianyin Manor. Hearing this disciple's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed, and he thanked him. Thank you, senior brother. After thanking him, Mo Qingyun directly left Dian Province and returned to the Tianyin Manor, Tianyin Manor's side residence. At this moment, apart from Yi Wuyo and Long Han Yin, Long Yutian and the others were also gathered here. This is really troublesome. The Earth Palace's Vice Palace Master, Shun Jihong, has decided to take Lu Yanjun as his personal disciple today. Yi Wuyo's expression was grave as he revealed an anxious expression and spoke worriedly. Once Lu Yanjun becomes the Earth Palace's Vice Palace Master's disciple, he'll probably become even more arrogant in the future. Long Yutian revealed a solemn expression and said with a worried tone, Also, I'm very worried. If Qin Yin comes out from Guanfeng Cliff and learns about Ruoshui's matter, what will he do if he seeks revenge from Lu Yanjun? The current Lu Yanjun is not someone he can face. With Lu Yanjun's current strength, he can definitely fight against an advanced Yuan Dan realm cultivator. He's not someone Qin Yin can face. Hearing Long Yutian's words, Lu Fengliang immediately frowned and said with a worried expression, We can't let Qin Yin know that Ruoshui was seriously injured by Lu Yanjun. This is to prevent Qin Yin from seeking revenge from Lu Yanjun. Everyone's here. At this moment, while everyone was talking, a faint voice came from outside the residence. Soon after, the crowd saw a familiar figure walking towards them. As soon as they saw this figure, everyone's expression immediately changed, and their expressions became somewhat nervous. Mo Qinyin was back. Qinyin, you're back. After being stunned for a short while, everyone smiled awkwardly and greeted Imo. Hearing everyone's greetings, Imo responded with a faint smile. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.